blue, one side is red. Who wants to call it?
You can call it.
She's calling blue. Let's see what it is. It's red. Your call.
I'd like
Server.
to serve her.
She is serving first. Do you have your choice of ends? Send. Okay. Your 2-minute warm up. 2-minute warm up starts now.
Okay, thank you. Bye. Oh, this is weird.
Maryland versus Texas. Maryland to serve first. 0-0.
And we are back. We just concluded our annual processional. The athletes have taken a slight break, and we are here and resuming day one action of the 2023 Collegiate National Table Tennis Championships. Underway is a round of 16 women's team event. It's the University of Baltimore versus University of Texas at Austin. We have Kelly Zhao and Stephanie Zhang. Also over on table number 2, in other singles action, it's Yuzhu Lu versus Jane Zhang. And this is where it gets really exciting for a lot of people because all of the players are involved when it comes to the team event, whether it be the co-ed teams or the women's teams event. And in a lot of cases, there are players on the women's teams that are also participating on the co-ed team, at which there is a point the athletes will have to choose. If they elect to play at the same time, they will have to say, I'm going to represent the women's team or I'm going to represent the co-ed team. So it's very exciting, and this is really what a lot of the athletes come to experience this weekend. Slight correction on this table, it's Yuzhu Lu representing Texas versus Jane Zhang representing Maryland.
Nice forehand opener. So right now we have a tie game. Score is 4-4.
And joining me in the booth in the afternoon session is going to be Logan Zimmerman, one of our many valued volunteers here this weekend. You see this beautiful display and court setup. It's Logan and his team. They're responsible for that, so we'd like to thank him as always for taking time out to come and participate with us this weekend. I know that a lot of times when the ball drops and their days end, they like to get a little extra practice in while they're here. But lately we've been so busy that Logan hasn't really had a lot of time to play. But at some point, when the athletes leave, things
When
happen
the lights go out,
late.
the volunteers play. Well, I appreciate that, Joe. And if we look back, I was going to say earlier, we had a score count all 4-4, and it looked like Lou went on a nice run there. And Zong with 2 fast topspin serves, kind of paying dividends there. For some reason, Lou keeps pushing that topspin ball. You got to wonder if she can't read it.
No, I did notice earlier that they were electing to start with a very quick long serve to speed up the point. Usually it favors the one who attacks first because they're the first one to see the drive opening, whether it be off the backhand or the forehand side.
Ooh, opting for the underspin, and a nice little flip there from Lou. So that probably explains why earlier she was going for those top spins. Maybe try to mix it up there a little bit, throw her opponent off, but she read it perfectly and closes out the first game.
And I'm curious as to whether or not Lou has maybe a short or medium pips on the backhand side.
It does sound something
as
like
she's
that.
able to just kind of go through the ball versus having to lift up on the ball, particularly that heavy underspin serve that Jane Zhang just pushed in. But Lou of Texas takes game number 1, 11-6. Again, this is the women's team event. There are 4 singles, 1 doubles. Doubles would be the decider if the singles match is split at 2-all.
So one of the great things I think about NCTTA is with the college atmosphere and the team atmosphere, it is quite nice that you have other players that you practice with that actually know your game in your corner, you know, trying to help give you tips. So let's see if Marilyn, oh, she's coming out. She's flying, says she's ready to fly. So
Well,
let's
that's
see.
one of the things that the team event has the advantage over earlier when we saw some of the doubles where they might not have had a coach in their corner or another member. But in the team event, there's always someone in the corner rooting for you, supporting you, you know, being able to provide feedback in the timeouts or at the game breaks, either way. But that also just brings the extra element there to the team event.
Oh, got a service fault called. Not even a warning, huh? So right now we have the umpire explaining the toss, whether she cupped the ball or flat palmed the ball. What we don't want to do is hide the ball in any way. So if you cup your palm, what she's explaining is that that's hiding the ball. And when you toss it, it can impart spin. So if you have a flat palm, you need to make sure when you toss with the flat palm, no spin's imparted, but also that it goes 6 inches or higher. It's really 6.4, I believe, but 6 inches or higher, and that would qualify as a legal serve.
Now, what happens, Logan, if you have sweaty palm?
The ball can stick a little bit to the palm, so that's where sometimes you'll see the players go and touch the table over by the net. Usually it's to cool down their palm and kind of dry off that sweat, and then when they serve, they don't have to worry about that. So now, whether or not you think the fault has anything to do with it, we see Zong getting off to a fast pace. It looks like Lou, too, she didn't take any time to recollect herself. She just served very quickly, and table tennis is just too fast of a sport. Sometimes one small mistake can snowball into a few lost points real fast.
And really having to make that adjustment to your toss or how you're accustomed to tossing the ball can throw off timing for sure, particularly when you're talking about service motion. If there's any hesitation on the motion at all, it really can throw off what you're trying to do. So we're hoping that the player from Texas, Lou, that does not affect her going forward, and she's able to just kind of transition back into the game as is.
So really showing her how upset she is after that serve. You can tell she's contemplating and trying to recollect herself. I think that umpire call is still a little bit affecting her judgment.
And Zhang electing to go with the long side topspin serve there, catching Lu off guard. Seems like that's where she's been really winning a lot of her points, a lot of free points with the long serves. And that time she just went long serve, wrong side. And the points are getting a little loose there, but Zhang was able to close out game number 2 for Maryland. It sounds like Lou of Texas is still thinking about the serve a little bit. You know, she's talking about it in her corner with her teammates. But back to coming out of the break from game number 1, Zhang of Maryland did come out with a bit of energy. There's a pep in her step, and she was ready for it. And she showed early in game number 2 that she wasn't going to let this opening singles get out of hand. Remember, in the team event, every match counts, regardless of what the ratings are. Every point, every match is so critical because you could end up going to doubles.
Yeah, the cool thing about team events, you know, table tennis is usually an individual sport. And sometimes you can get in your own head if it's about your rating, and it's hard to stay focused. But when you know other people are relying on you, you really see it bring the best out in the players, and you get people that are willing to try their hardest on every match because it's not just about them. So it's really neat to see in the teams events. And we are ready to start game 3. Little tricky top spin to the forehand there.
It definitely looks like Lou is electing to go quickly. Serve long, serve side topspin, side under. Either way, she's trying to get the ball. She's trying to get her opponent from Texas to get the ball up.
Just left that push a little high there. Didn't realize it. Didn't have any spin, a little bit of a dead ball, so push popped up. Allowed Zhang to come in for the attack. Ooh, nice little inside out backhand there. Oh no.
Yeah, you just hate to see the points given away on the serve, especially when you're in what we're foreseeing to be a fairly close match.
And after a hot start to game 3, just like game 2, just like that, 2 quick mistakes and we're all tied up. I mean, table tennis is so mental, especially like the intermediate level to like advanced level. The mental game seems to make the most of it. And at the high level, everybody has very similar skill sets. So you could almost argue like it's all mentality up there. Like whoever has the strongest mentality, smarter strategy.
Those guys are just able to execute right at a certain level of less thought. There's things that go into their game where at this point there's no thinking about it. They don't have to make subtle adjustments as far as what they're doing in strokes. It's secondhand nature, it's muscle memory for them. Now it's just a matter of going out and executing their game plan and who's going to win. At this level, obviously, there's still some development stages for some of the athletes. And Lu getting away with her own long, fast serve.
Ooh.
Another, again, a long side underspin serve off the backhand side. I saw that in game number 2 where she followed up same sequence, long side under backhand serve to the backhand. She won the point. She went back to the same serve, but that time to the forehand, and she lost the point. And she did it again here in game 3. So just something that she'd have to think about, that service sequence that she's trying to win the free points off of.
And if you're keeping count, Lu just gave back the missed serve or service error. So fortunately for Zhang, you have 1 for 1. You kind of got back that mistake. And she misses the popped up push. It's always unfortunate to see that. We all do it from time to time. And as players, it's like when you know you have the point to put away, it's always the hardest mistake to swallow.
Just an unfortunate push there that sails wide from her. Well, she was at one point leading this match, and then she allowed Lu to come right back in and played a loose backhand drive long. And Lu's able to close out game number 3, 11-9. Logan, with just the split second, in a matter of moments, the game shifted, excuse me, and Lu was able to come back and take game 3. And now the game plan for Zhang is what? Because we saw her start off slow and she was right into it in the second game. She started off strong again in the third game, and then there was a very a mental lapse as far as what she wanted to do, and she ended up losing that game. So now she's down 2-1, needing to win the 4th game to go into the 5th and deciding game.
So from what I saw in that game, Zhang actually had a good tactics, good strategy. She was just missing the shots. So it looked like she was trying to play wide, force her opponent to use her footwork, and she missed the sides of the table by a couple millimeters, maybe an inch, just barely, on 2 occasions really wide. And then even one on the service receive, she tried to go really wide into Lu's backhand. And I think had it not caught the net, she would have got a soft return from Lu, and that third ball attack wouldn't have been very strong because it looked like she caught her looking. But she just missed 3 of those really wide balls that, had they hit the table, probably would have set her up for a point or got the point outright. And she only lost by 2 points. So the question now is, does she try and stick with that wide strategy and move and see if it clicks, or does she go back to something more simple to try and win off consistency? A little unfortunate net love there.
She's going to have to get it on the board early, build up a little bit of a lead, I think, before she feels comfortable with trying to execute something like a wide. I know that she got a lot of free points off serve. She's probably looking to do the same there. She got a lucky net ball. And again, a lot of people that are trying to execute a forehand push that's deep at an advanced level. Most players are looping that ball. At that level, they're going to stay safe and push off the forehand side. But it's just a longer stroke where it's hard to control it.
Nice opening attack there. Right back to that fast topspin serve. Catches her off guard.
Yeah, and again, it's just the spin is designed to get away from you.
Oh, so many nets this game. The ball keeps clipping the net coming over.
But I question again, we talked about the service choice. She went long side underspin serve to the backhand, won the point. Then she follows it back up with a side underspin serve middle of the table, but to the forehand, and she lost that point.
I think sometimes players want to mix things up just for the sake of mixing it up and not necessarily see there's that white ball. It set her up. It set her up for the attack, and she just missed it a little long. I quite like the fact that she went for that ball if she can keep it in play, because it gives her the chance to get the put away. Another unforced service.
Now let's see what happens. That was side underspin to the forehand. Let. Oh. Someone should have called a let. But that's certainly not my call, Logan, but if I was the player, I probably would have called a let.
Oh, it actually fortunately worked out for Zhang that she didn't call the let, since Liu missed the opening attack. And then the wide angle sail's just a little bit long again.
These ladies are really trying to push side underspin and control that, and it's very hard to do if you're not really cutting underneath the ball with a very quick wrist motion. Nice.
All right, so we have match point. Oh, and it just sails a little bit long, and Zhang is still in this. So this is one of those, you tell yourself or you tell your players 1 point at a time. Like, not want to build too much pressure, just try to win each point. Oh, when she stays in there, the defense wins it.
That was one of their best rallies of the match so far, and Zhang is still in this.
We got 2 match points saved.
Oh,
And the wide ends up taking her out.
just a heartbreaker on the side spin. It gets away from, and it happened to either player that once they started off with side spin and they started pushing, they're both trying to push side spin, and it's at one point the ball's going to get away from someone.
Yeah.
And it's unfortunate that that's how it had to end it, but also I felt like that was some of the narrative of that match was who's going to push, who's going to be willing to open up first on the high ball, and some unlucky bounces there for Zhang of Maryland as she loses in the second singles here on table number 2. And it looks like Texas is leading on table number 1. Kelly Zhao up 2-0 into the third game against the number 1 player from Maryland, Stephanie Zhang.
end of the match, are either one of you going to be doing the doubles if you need to do doubles?
I don't need to do
Then I need to keep your racket.
Okay.
Okay? Give your racket back to me in case we need it. Okay?
long flips. Yes. Okay. Long flips. Long flips. Is it okay to take it out?
What now? Yeah, you can take it home. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so ladies, all right, one side is red, one side is blue. Who wants to call it? Who wants to call it? You're calling red? She's calling red. It's red, your choice. She chooses to serve, you have your choice of ends. This end, okay? Your 2-minute warm-up starts now.
And we're wasting no time getting the third singles underway. It's Lillian Deng of Texas versus Yu Chisa of Maryland. Again, Texas is in the green with the lime green accent jerseys. Maryland in their official university red and black jerseys. Lillian Deng being a left-hander. Gonna see how the player from Maryland just handles that slight variation. Some people it doesn't really bother them much, but some people really do struggle if they're a righty playing against a lefty.
So right now, a few mistakes warming up. You find it harder if you're doing it inside out from forehand to forehand because it's lefty versus righty. So typically we see some players, they'll either go straight down the line or they'll do backhand to forehand and then alternate backhand to forehand. It looks like she's opting to try and go inside out forehand to forehand.
Yeah, for them to warm up forehand to forehand was odd. I'm surprised if the right-handed player didn't ask for.
Well, it looks like she may have because she went to blocking with her backhand at this point so she could finish warming up her forehand.
And that's nice of them. I could just really can appreciate the sportsmanship. And from the sounds of things, I think we have short pips on the forehand side. And maybe on the backhand side as well.
Do you think it might possibly be a thin sponge?
Well, there's definitely a sponge because she can roll the ball a little bit.
Well, I mean thin sponge with a smooth rubber.
On one side, possibly. And just when you thought Texas was going to be walking away with things, it looks like they're about to be tied up and going to a fifth and deciding game on the first table in that match, Kelly Zhao versus Stephanie Zhang. And as we're early into this first game, Logan, what have we seen so far?
So right now it looks like Lillian's having a little bit of a hard time with underspin. You could see when she was warming up that her stroke is a bit of a sideways motion. And so it's a little hard sometimes when you're pulling across your body to feel that lift to get the ball over. So she's had a little bit of a hard time with the attack against under. She did miss a serve early on, and then now she popped up a push and got attacked.
For those of you at home that have taken advanced lessons or just have been coached ever, if you ever see your coach puts one hand in a ball and the other hand is flat and you see them hit the flat hand against the other in the fits in the upward motion, that means that they want you to lift and brush the ball against heavy underspin.
And if you haven't taken lessons, consider this your first one.
That's for free.
You get what you pay for, right, Joe?
Not going to get a whole lot, but as we get back into this match, Yu Chi leads 10-4 against Lillian Deng of Texas.
And here we go. So it looked like she at least gave her a warning this time. In the last match, you remember, I didn't recall seeing the warning. She may have, but she took a point. It looked like maybe that was the first time. But in this case, she's actually giving a warning. And you got to wonder if it's because this is game point, right? You want to award the whole game to the other player. So kind of if that's the reason, you know, heads up call by the umpire to kind of maybe not disrupt the match too much by like just calling a game.
I'm hoping that that ending there didn't throw off Lillian too much, as her teammate was calling her over and she just looked a little discombobulated as to what was going on towards the end of the game there. So I'm hoping that she can get back in this.
But what I would actually like to see Lillian try and do if I was her team, her backhand looks a lot more like against underspin. If she started flipping or lifting, the technique seems there, the sprocket head speed seems there. Maybe try to step around and kind of force the backhand receive on those underspin balls, or just push on the forehand, right? Not necessarily, it's not typical. Like you would tell a player, you know, if it's long to your forehand, go ahead and attack it, but you've seen her dump a few into the net already, and it's not like she's going to solve it in the next 30 seconds. So let's see what strategy her teammate has given her and see if she can turn this around. See if Lillian can figure it out. But also, like you alluded to earlier, when you feel like you have to change your serve, when the umpire's saying, hey, the way you've been serving and practicing isn't correct, I'm surprised she didn't get called on that. Held the ball in her fingertips on that opening serve.
And just as you mentioned, maybe electing to try to find some offense off the backhand side. And that's where she set up there. Even if she should have stepped around and actually hit a forehand, she drove through the ball with a backhand. It did sail a little long on her, but it looks like that's what she is wanting to do, is maybe establish some offense on the backhand side.
So Yu Chi using those pips to her advantage. Man, just took all the pace off that, forced Lillian to step in and really have to utilize her inward footwork.
Yeah, and that's
Sets
one
up
of
the
the
attack.
advantages of having the pips game, is that when you feel like you're not transitioning back and forth well, the pips slows the game down a bit and gives you a chance to get back into the point and start the rotation all over again ultimately, especially because Yu Chi has a pretty good forehand. And if she can set up the forehand with those pips, I think that she's going to bode pretty well for her in this game, particularly if she starts paying attention and moving Lillian Deng out to her to hit wide forehands.
So the thing I noticed on that last point, Lillian, she hesitated on the serve. She remembered, hey, I was called for this, and reset up and repositioned the ball in her hand to do a proper serve, and then she missed the opening forehand. And sometimes when you have to retract like that, you're not thinking about your stroke, your technique, and can throw you off a little bit. Your timing, everything. So that was very nice of Lillian to take that inside out ball. I mean, she basically challenged her forehand there, but got away with it. Let's see if she goes back to it. Oh. So I think she found something there, and she forced Yuchi Xiao to step around with the backhand to try and take the pips. But now that opens up kind of strategically, like, hey, if she's going to step around for those pips, if she doesn't like that serve, maybe she can find a way to use that.
Yeah, and you definitely see Yuchi Xiao speeding up, trying to give her long spins, trying to jam in Lillian Ding there a little bit so that she can have time to step around and hit the forehand. And simple step around hitting the pips. If you see a pips player on the table and they push underspan with the pips, it then is becoming what?
Topspin on the way back.
And we saw that happen to Lillian. She saw what was a underspin push ball, and in actuality it is topspin, and the ball just took off on her. So that's a really frustrating thing. Another thing, one of the complexities of table tennis, where you really have to pay attention to a lot of different things. Maryland takes game 2, 11-4. Yuchi Xiao looks very in control and comfortable in this match.
So it looks like their teammates on the other court are still going into game 5, taking that match as far as they can take it.
I didn't see this one. It started off heavily in favor of Texas. I mean, Kelly Zhao, she just came out swinging, and she's still taking her chances, but at some point in the rotation, the chopper is electing to get on the table and push forward with the pips, and it's really just throwing off the rhythm when they're into their chop loop rotation.
All right, let's see if Lillian has formulated a new plan with her teammate. Got a little lucky there.
You know, even that, she's going to have to do more with that return. She can't expect Yuji Xiao just to continue to miss step around forehands that are sitting up in the middle of the table.
All right, going for more, as you suggested.
Yeah, I mean, a half swing forehand on a long serve like that is not going to do her any good.
So opting to go right back to that fast side spin into the forehand of Yuchi Xiao. And trying to target the middle with the same serve. But Xiao was ready. So Yuchi Xiao's coming out to a fast start here, fast start. At this point, I'd wonder if the team's going to call a timeout. You'd think your bench would see this, and if you weren't going to call it yourself, they'd call it for you, right?
Yeah, but again, Lillian, after game 1, seemed a little unsure of which way to go and which direction she should be going, so I don't think that she's thinking of timeout right now. Maybe she's just like going to take whatever they talked about after the game break and just continue that. Um,
So, if I was Lillian's coach, and this would go to show the importance of coaching, it's nice to have players that are there representing you and helping you strategize, but this is the important time where someone needs to step up and say, hey, if we don't stop everything now, maybe go for a wild strategy, right? We're already, the train's already left the station to losing. So maybe you call a timeout and try and reset.
Yeah, but again, I think they just waited way too long in the game. That timeout would have had to have happened at somewhere around a total of 5 or 6 points total. If it was, lopsided 4-1, 5-1, something like that.
And just like that, we have Yuchi Xiao win game 3, takes the series 3-0.
Yeah, and it looks like we are now, Maryland is leading this women's team tie 2-1. Texas did win in the second singles with Yushi Liu over Jane Zhang. And then here, Yuchi Xiao of Maryland defeats Lillian Deng in the third singles. Stephanie Zhang put on an excellent display of defense and was able to come back and defeat Kelly Zhao. I hope we're able to see more of Kelly Zhao. She played a really good match, but came up a little short there. Some unlucky net balls and edges kind of out of her favor as she was clawing back into that fifth game. But when you're facing against what is termed junk rubber, junk players and defenders, ultimately, sometimes they're just going to get those lucky bounces, particularly off the net, because there's not much on the ball. So if they hit the ball with any kind of force of direction, unlike topspin, the ball would kick forward. With the dead ball or underspin, the ball just kind of dies or dribbles over. And that's what we saw towards the end of that match. And it was just very unfortunate for the player from Texas, but a well fought out match by Stephanie Zhang of Maryland. Again, Maryland leads this women's round of 16 2-1. They're going to be going into the four singles where you have Ruoshi Dai versus Jiqi Lin. And they have not decided which table that's going to be played on. So if they are on our table, great. We will have more action coming for you. If not, we're going to take a momentary break. But as always, we'd like to thank our sponsors, the wonderful people at various entities and organizations that have made this championship possible. Major League Table Tennis, the guys over at Pong Space, DHS, the City of Round Rock, and Round Rock Sports Center. And as always, the wonderful people at NCTTA, their volunteers and staff. And we're back here live on table number 2 in day 1 of the 2023 Collegiate National Table Tennis Championships. Up next in the co-ed event is the round of 32. We have Georgia Tech, the number 9 seed, versus Rutgers, the 17 seed. We did not see any of these players earlier in the doubles, but we actually, on the Georgia Tech side of things, we did see one of their players, Sabrina Zhu. So we're really curious to see how she's going to factor into this Georgia Tech lineup as the only female playing in the co-ed side. But as we mentioned earlier, this is not uncommon that depending on the makeup and construction of the team, that the ladies or the female players will have a very long weekend as they are competing in individual events. They're competing in women's teams, and they also could be competing in the co-ed side of things as well. So hats off to Sabrina for competing, and she is here for Georgia Tech. The Yellow Jackets will be facing off against Rutgers Scarlet Knights in the round of 32 of the co-ed event here on day 1 of the College National Championships. I'm Joe Wells. Alongside me is Logan Zimmerman. And it's still out in action on table number 1. It's Maryland versus Texas. It's a possibility that Maryland will walk away with this one 3-1. If Texas can tie it up, it will be 2-all, and they will go to the 5th and deciding doubles.
Okay, please, blue or white? White, blue. Blue. You serve and receive. Side. Also. Sir? This side? Okay.
right, we're back for the co-ed teams action, the round of 32. We have Prajit versus Daniel. And quickly, Daniel's off to a great start, 2-0. Prajit with an amazing side top spin serve, well disguised. Forces the pop up, gets the ball that you can attack. Put away for a quick point. And again, another disguised underspin that turns out to be topspin or even a dead ball. Gets the high push serve receive. And Daniel with a serve of his own. Says anything you can do, I can do better. And that serve helps him pull away with the lead. Nice third ball attack from Daniel. See if Prajit can turn things around here. We'll still serve on his side. Beautiful shovel serve, but it doesn't look like it disturbed Daniel. He was able to take control at that point and extend his lead to 6-2. Nice wide underspin push. Had his chance to attack, but couldn't quite keep it, was Prajit. We have a nice little chess match going with the services here. A lot of good serves from both players. Oh, very nice half-long attack there from Daniel. Keep that point alive. And Daniel from Georgia Tech misses the big opening forehand. Allows Prajit to stay in this and close the gap just a hair. Prajit tries to catch him off guard. Send a long, fast serve to Daniel's forehand. Daniel reads it, opens up strongly, and seals the first game 11-4. Right now the players are headed to their corners. Prajit getting some advice from his team. Doesn't seem to be listening as intently as Daniel is to his corner. Sometimes as a player, you have an idea of what you did wrong or what you need to do. It's just forcing yourself to go back out on the table, stay focused, and commit to your game plan. Don't hesitate. So maybe Prajit already has a good idea of what he wants to do to try and turn things around here in game 2. So Prajit Kanchi to serve. Nice tricky serve, starts him off with the lead. Interesting choice. He gets the pop up with another well-disguised serve. And instead of attacking, which he knows Daniel feeds off the speed, he goes for a slow push. Oh, nice counter rally. Daniel just barely misses the inside out forehand. What a beautiful receive that was with the slide. Prajit read the serve well, and instead of pushing into the body or into the forehand, he slides it to his backhand and forces Daniel to hesitate just a hair and wins the point. And just like that, it's 5-0. So when Prajit was in the corner talking to his team, it seems like he already had a good idea. He knew how to turn this around, and he's executing beautifully. Ooh, just too strong there, too sharp. Daniel with a nice compact stroke blows it by him on the forehand side. Quick towel break. For those of you watching, if you didn't know, every 6 points, each player is allowed to go and towel off, wipe the sweat off their forehead, off their hands. A lot of players use it. Sometimes it's like a mini timeout. Go ahead and take the towel break to its max. Some players opt, especially if you're winning, typically, you opt to not take the towel break. You want the pace to continue, so you can keep the momentum. Oh, the nice short serve with the step around forehand. And Daniel played that real athletic, real explosive, catches the ball down the line, and hits a winner. And Prajit is just putting on a clinic with his serves in game 2 here. Such a good counter battle there. You could hear it just catch Prajit's paddle. He was like a millimeter away from keeping that rally alive and seeing some fireworks. Nice inside out backhand. Extends Prajit's lead by 3.
Logan, what adjustments would you say that Prajit made from game 1 into the second game to take this early lead?
Prajit's just been putting on a clinic with his serving right now. He had tricky serves in the first game, but he really was catching Daniel with a lot of receive mistakes with his placement, with his spin. It was next level compared to the first game. And he came out hot to a 5-0 lead, but now we're sitting here at 8-4. Daniel looked like he was making a comeback, but Prajit was able to halt that. And right there again, he got himself another good ball, but he also did something interesting earlier. He got the pop-up from Daniel, just like we just saw, but instead of attacking with a smash outright, he waited to the last second and ended up pushing a short ball to his middle and forcing a mistake out of Daniel. So he's been changing pace and tempo. Little bit of net love there to help him out.
It's an unfortunate bounce there, but it happens. Especially you hate to see it when your rally starts to speed up and you look like you're going to have a really good exchange, and then easily net or edge ball just totally deflates that.
The other thing is Prajit's backhand's been really sharp. He hasn't missed a lot on those punches. He's been playing wide angles and forcing Daniel across the table. Wonderful opener by Daniel there, followed up with the big inside out forehand. Saves a game point. A little bit of gamesmanship. Daniel taking his time to get back to the table. And then there it is again. Prajit just took those serves to the next level.
Yeah, it's a lot of pressure for Daniel to be able to try to open up on a serve that just has a lot of movement on it. You never know unless if it's going to be short or if it's going to be long inside under, and you're really trying to time that. So I respect that he's committing to want to open up early on the backhand side, but it's a challenge, really, it can be. And that's why we're knotted here, one game all in this opening singles of the Coed round of 32.
So something I noted earlier in between games 1 and 2, Prajit's team is over there kind of making comments, but earlier Prajit wasn't paying attention. He almost like he's listening, but he's fired up, right? So he's focused, he's looking at the table, kind of as he's back to his teammates. But it's almost as if he knew what he needed to do and just felt like he didn't execute. And then in game 2, he came out swinging and ends up winning game 2. So it'll be interesting to see. You know, you make the adjustment, you come out, you win. Did you figure out your opponent, or did you just happen to catch a little bit of fire or enough to turn the tables? And is your opponent going to be able to kind of understand how you change things and adapt? So we'll see how game 3 goes. Daniel will serve. Oh, Daniel Ng with a very, very slow topspin, super spinny ball. And Prajit had a hard time punching through that one. Another good over the table backhand, but just couldn't close it out.
Yeah, and I think the key here in game 3 will just to see how well Daniel controls the serve. And right there, it's another errant return. It's a possibility that the women's is actually going to doubles. Earlier we had a really great matchup between Texas and Maryland, and that does appear to be the case, that Maryland will be facing off against Texas in the deciding doubles lineup, and in that will be Kelly Zhao and Ryoshi Dai versus Stephanie Zhang and Yu-Ching Shao in women's doubles. So if you're just tuning in, if you find the other court number 1 is going to be showing that doubles here momentarily. If you are just joining us, you are watching the round of 32, the co-ed event, Georgia Tech versus Rutgers.
Super wide inside out forehand pendulum serve.
Yeah, and it definitely looked like Kanchi got the return that he wanted. He just didn't do enough with it on that backhand. Looks like he turned over on it too quickly instead of extending a little faster outward.
And just like that, 2 small mistakes. I don't know if the pressure is getting the little bit of the lead. You can sense that Daniel's found a way to kind of take the initiative back, take the momentum back. And Prajit might be forcing the issue. That backhand was super clean in game 2, but just a couple small mistakes here in game 3, and he finds himself down for it. It was very interesting, like very subtle, the change that Daniel made in order to take back the momentum. Whereas Prajit in the second, you could see exactly what he was going for.
It looks like this ultimately, just from the obvious, that Daniel's not rushing the return. He's not trying to go for too much on it and just thinking, hey, just don't give it away just on the return of serve. At least get the point in play and see what happens from there. Prajit definitely likes to open up, but it's more of a controlled spin. It's not a power loop. It's more spin than it is speed. So I think Daniel feels comfortable once he gets to that part of the exchange.
And the defensive play, the lob does not find the table. If it did, we could have seen an exciting set of smashes and lobbing there.
Yeah, don't bring up lobbing around Willie. He just gets all really excited about it and then wants to go into these stories about how all of these people he knows are lobbers, and the only lobber that we really know is him and Barbaro.
Well, since you brought it up, Joe, lobbing can be a very fun way for the spectators and viewers to kind of get an interesting look at how table tennis is played. Sometimes the heavy spins and the attacks are too subtle to notice on camera. Maybe if we played with like a multicolored ball, you could actually see how much spin or no spin is on certain shots. But otherwise, if we don't, then it's kind of like implied by the stroke. You have to know what they're doing to understand what's on it. Very interestingly here, Prajit has now clawed back a few game points. Let's see if Daniel can hold on and close this out. And that was actually, I think, the right ball to go for, because right now Daniel has the serve. You win that, you go in 8-10, you have the serve. Kind of increases your chances of getting the deuce and maybe setting that game up to be all square.
My only problem with it is that you wait till the end of the third game to try to impart offense like a power loop off of a serve, when that just hasn't really been your MO throughout this match so far. So I probably would have made him play a safer shot on that last point and then wait until the next game if he was able to come back and win that, to start that mentality earlier.
And maybe have it be your macro strategy for the game rather than kind of a
Right.
singular attack. I
Yeah.
think the good news, or the good opportunity that could have come from it is, I don't think Daniel was expecting it. So had it had landed, right, it was a big risk reward there, and he took all the risks, didn't quite get the reward, but
Yeah.
I still think it was a potentially smart decision with a little bit better execution. But Conchi is still very focused. You can tell he's in this. He wants it. So I don't think he's going to play anything but his hardest here, being down a game to Daniel Ng. We got two rescue shots in the net. The net wants to be a part of this game early. In
I
game
hope that it
4.
just kind of like go ahead and happens now. Like, I can't imagine fathoming that happening at 10-9.
I can. It happened to me in the club the other day. Burned a guy on the down the line serve. He somehow gets a paddle on it. It touches the net and just dribbles over. He wins the game at 10-9. It feels terrible, Joe. Oh, beautiful serve by Daniel. That had me fooled. Looked like underspin, maybe dead, and Prajit popped it up. Nice attack to the body there. A little bit of backhand play there from the two players.
Yeah, and what I would like to see established by Conchi from Maryland is that if he's able to kind of move the ball around with the backhand a little bit more, um, versus playing that like into the middle where he sees that Daniel is starting to step off and counter some. If you can get him moving out wider, I think that plays more so into this. Gives him a little bit more time if once he wants to start hitting forehands.
We have both players misdirecting their backhands to the middle of their opponent and kind of risking challenging that forehand. And so far, it's paid off for both of them. Oh, what a nice recovery.
And again, it just that unlucky bounce for Daniel Neg there. Prajit Kanji is going to probably get the majority of those as he's, pushing or punching out on the backhand side, flattening that ball out. And it has a tendency to just kind of die over the net versus topspin carrying it long. So again, I'm hoping that this does not become a part of the
theme, the overall theme.
The story and the theme of this game here. And we might get to see a good deciding fifth game.
Daniel Ng almost gets a burn there on that one, but he hit the ball touch.
He went all out on the forehand, turning around the corner on that one, and rightfully so. Again, Prajit was anticipating that and did a great job, just carried it a little long.
Daniel with a nice down the line. Catches Prajit kind of ready to go to war at that backhand, not expecting that misdirection there. And here we go. This has been a theme where the two guys kind of adopt each other's strategies like, oh, you can do it, so can I.
We'll see how that lasts. I know that Daniel did a really good job in the second game to make the adjustment on the service return. And I know that's where Prajit was able to win at least set up a lot of easy points for himself. So as we get late into this fourth game here, Conchi of Rutgers leads Daniel Ning of Georgia Tech 9-6. Again, really nice counter there for the player from Georgia Tech off the backhand side. Again, I don't think he's afraid of going into that countering strategy once they do step away from the table. If I was him, I'd probably pick more so deep against Prajit's backhand, even though he's comfortable there. I would want to get him off the table a little bit and see what happens after that. And that's exactly why he called timeout here, because he just lost a series of points where he was comfortably in control of game number 4.
Now we're going to see our wonderful umpire Felipe putting the timeout card out. Going to keep time, make sure the kids stick to the timeout timing.
We just talk about a lot of our athletes coming from far, but we're fortunate enough to even have some of our umpires come from very far, from California, from Colombia. Really mixed bag of people that are attending here, and they do it obviously for the love of table tennis and just being another great help. But this is Felipe's first year attending the championships as a umpire, and he did come all the way from Colombia. So we're glad to have him here with us in 2003 in Round Rock.
And Prajit seemed a little hesitant on the last 2 points after coming back from the timeout. Not as fired up as he was earlier. That could end up biting him in the hand. And Daniel seemed to just, he read that, he saw that opening coming. He almost wanted to step around and he pushed wide to the backhand side, but Daniel's just too quick and saw it coming.
Yeah, and I like Daniel being aggressive and at times not allowing Parjeet to kind of dictate with the punch. He was attacking him more on the backhand side, not giving him time to drive as much with that side. So I like the adjustment that Daniel made there, and he was able to kind of regain control of that match. So there you have it. That is the opening single of the men's round of 32. Georgia Tech leads Rutgers 1-0. Daniel Neg wins that one. Up next is going to be Kian Agarwala versus Sabrina Zhu. We have not seen, again, the Coed teams are just starting, but we did see Sabrina Zhu earlier in the women's doubles. She played an impressive match with her teammate, and they were able to have a really good run at it. So I know that she is the #1 player on that women's side of things. So it's going to be really interesting to see what they bring to the table here, placing her at the #2 spot. Once again, this is day #1 of the 2023 Collegiate National Championships. I'm Joe Wells. Alongside me is Logan Zimmerman. We're going to take a short timeout, and we will be again resuming matches at the Coed teams round of 32.
Sabrina, okay. So you have to course Black and red, who want to choose? Black. Black. Serve or side? Serve. Side? Side. Okay. 2 minutes. Okay.
And welcome back. If you're just joining us, we are resuming the co-ed round of 32, Georgia Tech versus Rutgers. Kian Agarwala of Rutgers versus Sabrina Zhu of Georgia Tech. And no, that is not an error. It is a female player on the co-ed team, and that is normal for us at college table tennis, which is what makes us great.
One thing I love about table tennis as a sport is women, children, older players. It's often a great equalizer. Everyone can play the sport at a high level, and it's not to like the highest levels in table tennis where it really makes a big difference. And size, speed, power, you can win with spin, placement, the way you think your way through a match. So it's good to be showcased here that we have the co-ed teams playing, and right now we have Sabrina and Kian at 1-1. That looked like a let call. She raised her hand in the middle of the point, so I was a little confused as to what happened there. Actually, looks like that's just her stroke. That's interesting. Her left hand is facing upwards like she's saying stop.
A lot of athletes in some racket sports, they use that offhand as a guide or a balancer for them.
It looks like this is both in this case.
You see a lot of tennis players set up their stroke where the left hand or the opposite non-dominant hand is a guide for the other hand, and it just so happens to stay somewhere in visual.
Sabrina has great footwork. She looks like she's getting all those balls. Perfect timing, good form. Very good with the micro adjustments.
And again, I know that this is going to be the challenge for Kian to be able to stay in the rally, but that quick exchange will favor Sabrina, as she's very much so conditioned to what they consider what looks like a rally or a drill point. But the quick off the bounce, you know, there's not a whole lot of thought behind it. It is just what it is. It is a backhand drive, and that will favor her in this match. As Kean, as you see, he wants to take these longer cuts, but as she drives the backhand quickly, he's not going to have time to make that long backhand loop that he wants to try to initiate, which is why he finds himself down here 7-3 in game number 1.
And had a nice down the line forehand there into Sabrina's backhand.
And Keon's very long, so I could see him, wanting to use forehand more, because he just has that reach to be able to stretch out wide. Did see him hit Sabrina with an interesting mid-rally chop block there.
That was a beautiful choice there, and he just missed it. Almost looked like a slight mishit. But Sabrina was going the opposite direction. If he had got that to hit the table, could have been 6-8 right now. Sabrina kind of giving herself a hard time as she misses that flip there. Nothing wrong with a little bit of self-talk.
Just to give you a quick update, they are knotted at 1 game all in that 5th and deciding doubles of Maryland versus Texas.
And just like that, Sabrina wins game 1. So
Yeah, and just what we thought early in this match, that Sabrina is going to be able to really dictate play. I think that she's going to play too fast, and Agrawali is not going to really have time to get into that rhythm where he wants to be a 2-wing looper, taking long cuts off of both sides. Sabrina continues to play a backhand, a drive, particularly into the body, so she eliminates Agrawali from being able to use his length. Advantage to Sabrina Zhu of Georgia Tech. Again, I really like Sabrina coming out aggressive. She's trying to tell herself to calm down, but sometimes it's hard to want to hold back when you know that you can step in and forehand flip kill wide, and it just kind of. But it wasn't a terrible shot selection.
Keon with multiple aggressive forehands there, just misses the table long. See if he can square it up. Oh, nice tricky underspin serve. And Sabrina opting to speed the rally up.
Yeah, and Keon definitely recognizing that he doesn't want to get into that exchange with her, so he stepped around to hit a forehand inside out, and that he just didn't move around it fast enough. beautiful backhand roll there, catching Sabrina off guard there. It was had a lot of spin on it. It was deep. Oh, an unlucky backhand drive there, catches the edge.
And Sabrina comes out firing with 2 super heavy underspin serves. Looks like Kian just misread the spin just by a little bit. Interesting chop block. He got into place. Had the forehand.
Fortunately, Agarwal didn't finish the stroke. It was an abbreviated half swing because he just didn't give himself enough time to execute the full swing.
I mean, he's taking his chances. He's not too far off. And if you know, like, depending on you show up to the table, if you feel like you're kind of the underdog, it's good to get it out of your system early and see if you can get into a rhythm where you can be attacking at your best. So I don't mind the choice to be playing as aggressive as he's trying to play, even if he makes a few mistakes. But the thing you're gambling on is, can you get into that rhythm and start applying your own pressure? A beautiful shot there.
And again, Sabrina is able to just kind of stay in her game. She does really look very comfortable. There's nothing that Kian Agarwal has really been able to do at this point to get her out of that rhythm. I think that for him, he might have to be a little bit more patient. He might have to stay within these points of the quick exchange, but maybe not so much to the backhand. Move the ball out wide to her forehand and see what happens if he gives himself a chance to take his own counters. But I definitely would not recommend just keep giving away the points on some shots that he's not in position for.
And what a wonderful rally to start off this 3rd game of the match.
And Georgia Tech looking to take a 2-0 lead in this match. If Sabrina can close out game 3 here in the second singles, again, that's the same opening forehand flip that she went for in game number 2 that she missed out wide. She wanted to settle herself down, but she goes right back to it, but this time she actually connects with it. And again, I don't think it's a bad play at all. If that ball is high enough and you have the ability to step in with a forehand flip kill, then go for it, by all means.
Sabrina's very clean strokes right now, not missing anything. Takes a 3-0 lead. Great serve there. And Kian goes ahead and takes an opportunity there to fire back with a little bit of power and manages to hit it by Sabrina to get it on the board. A little bit of double unfortunate luck there. The net, you would think, throws Sabrina off, but it threw it off just enough to catch an edge on the way back.
Just an unfortunate bounce there. It stayed really low. Sabrina was anticipating that ball coming up just a tad bit higher. So that was a miscue on her part, but good on Agrawala to stay in this match. She's trying to keep it as close as possible, not let it get away from him. He is down 2 games to 0 right now.
See if he chooses a third different serve. Sometimes when you get those net serves, you don't want to really go back to the same exact serve, because if it's too obvious, they're like, oh, he just did this, I know what I want to do, attack it. So all 3 serves ended up being different there. Keon gets 2 nets, and Sabrina returns to both of them unfazed. She's now up 9-2. Seems like a tall task with the momentum and the way it's moving for Keon to make a comeback.
And then she just gets another net ball there. Sails long. And it's just unfortunately just not Keon's day here in this match. Obviously Sabrina, the stronger of the 2, but then when you compound that with some nets and edges, it just doesn't help. So congratulations to Sabrina Zhu of Georgia Tech as she wins in straight games here and the round of 32. That was the second singles. So it looks like now Georgia Tech leads Rutgers 2 singles matches to love. Rutgers, maybe depending on how they stack their lineup, we're going to see some of the stronger players at the bottom here so they can try and tie this up and go to the 5th and deciding doubles, just as Texas and Maryland are in the women's round of 32. It looks like right now Maryland leads 7-5 in the 4th game. They're coming out of a timeout. We're waiting for the 3rd singles to come up. That's going to be Preston Steckling versus Matthew Liu in the 3rd singles of the Georgia Tech Rutgers setup. And here we have it in the third singles, Rutgers versus Georgia Tech. The player from Rutgers, Preston Steckline, has to win this match to give his team a chance to carry on into the fourth singles and possibly doubles.
That was a beautiful, beautiful turnaround forehand. Turn in the corner to the backhand side. Got real low, spun it up just enough, didn't overplay it. So Preston here giving a little bit of hope to his teammates, coming out strong, 3-1.
Yeah, and you'll see a lot of the players when they're going in for that banana flip, especially if they miss it, they just kind of re-rehearse the stroke. And more than likely what was happening there is that Preston just didn't roll over it fast enough. There wasn't as much snap at the top that he needed to get on it, and that's why he missed it there. But you'll often see players basically re-rehearsing the banana flip just after it, especially if they miss it.
I think that's going to be a theme with Preston. So you got to wonder, Matthew, I mean, we're getting to the point where a lot of these players are high level. You see that step around and start trying to burn them to the corner if they step too early.
Yeah, nice return of serve there by Matthew Liu, leaving it nice and short.
I'm sure those of you at home can hear the background noise of the teams cheering in the background. Something we love to hear and love to see in collegiate table tennis. The running theme around these parts is always loud and proud. We want to hear the teams cheering for their teammates when they're on table.
Yeah, and a big step around. I mean, you saw Matthew, you could see him committing to that forehand from a mile away, but he just let it get away from him. But right idea, and that's one of the things when you're talking about anticipating return of serve, how early these players are committing to the shot they want to make.
And I had a feeling Matthew would see that. Preston goes ahead and tries to take that forehand out of that backhand corner, kind of leaves the table open. You got to be fast to get back to that ball. So it's either perfect placement or overpowering. Try and protect yourself if you're going to commit to going that far around the corner.
And again, Matthew winds up taking a big forehand cut down the line this time. Last time it was cross court, but he's definitely opening up now a little bit on the forehand side and going back to Preston's forehand as well.
Preston wanted to go for that shot and kind of hesitated on that half long and ends up pushing it. Matthew had the perfect way to burn him, that inside out ball, but just kind of dumped into the net. You heard the self-talk, kind of upset at himself for missing that one.
Yeah, now he's finds himself down 9-7 in this opening game, where he was off to a really good start and giving Preston some trouble, but he's allowed Preston to stay and hang around in this match. 2 errant shots there, and a third, again, stepping in, not really knowing what to do with that forehand. Preston doing a great job of leaving those balls short.
Preston wanting to put it away right there. Sometimes it's easy to overplay. I mean, you know, hey, I've got 3 chances here. Let me just try and put this next ball away and end it. Kind of make life easier on myself if it lands in. And now he's got his serve with 2 points left.
Yeah, and then again, Matthew just not wanting to be patient. I mean, they were in a touch exchange rally, and the first moment that Matthew felt like he had an opening, he stepped in and took a backhand rip, but off one foot, right? So now he's off balance, and I would have said he should have just stayed within that point, just maybe a stroke or two longer until he gets himself set to take the right stroke. And it cost him that game, and now he finds himself down one game. And then, of course, you know, that bodes well for Rutgers because it allows them to stay in this match. Again, as they come out of here, the game timeout. It is Preston Stickline of Rutgers versus Matthew Liu of Georgia Tech. In the team matchup, Georgia Tech does lead 2-0 here. The fourth singles is underway on the outside courts. On table number 1, Jesse O of Rutgers versus Yanyu Shi of Georgia Tech. Georgia Tech again leads 2-0, looking to advance to the round of 16. And interesting point there from Matthew with some good defense trying to stay in that point there. Again, it's not a 2-all here in game number 2. Matthew Preston Stickline of Rutgers to serve. And I think that just might be who Matthew Liu is in his game, wanting to be aggressive, wanting to be the aggressor, taking big shots, particularly off the forehand side. It cost him in game 1, I think, a little bit as far as shot selection. And he doesn't want to put himself in too much of a hole here early into game number 2, or this match will get away from him very quickly.
Two very nice recoveries by Matthew Liu. Able to stay into the point and end up winning it off of a semi-wiggle type lob there. A little bit of side spin. If you hear us commentating and saying anything about a wiggle, these players won't be doing it much, but that's that ball that you may have seen on viral videos on the internet that check when they hit the table and jump left or right. Kind of a get out of jail ball if you pull it off. And it pays off for Matthew there, stepping in for that inside-out shot. Catches the ball wide to Preston's backhand. Stopping for a quick towel break.
Just a beautiful forehand reaction there from Matthew Liu. He angles off the forehand the racket side to the open court, ultimately using Preston's spin and speed to get that ball back over. But just great feel there from Matthew. And again, displaying more touch, but this time off the backhand side, another reaction block down the line. I mean, where do you get that from other than just sheer athleticism? Matthew Liu putting on a display here.
I believe sometimes those touch shots it's one of those things like when you're messing around in the training hall and you don't even realize you're kind of learning a skill that can be utilized kind of as a natural reaction.
Yeah, he definitely did. Just, I mean, just back to back, both sides, just putting his body in a position to get a paddle on the ball.
Beautiful shot by Preston down the line there. Step around coming in handy. Kind of challenging that angled block. Said, you know, Matthew, let's see if you can do it again.
Yeah, and this time dumping a high ball into the net. For sure he wants that one back.
Preston saw the opening down the line. Tried to take it. Kind of misjudged the spin on that a little bit. Didn't quite lift the ball enough to get over the net.
Yeah, and Matthew puts himself in a position to even this up. He's still aggressive. He still wants to be aggressive. Now some of those shots just really have to start landing. There are some shots at Preston, if we go back, we could be talking about Preston's deck line being up 2-0, but Matthew somehow was able to reel off 2 back-to-back amazing points and put himself ultimately in a position to win that game. I'm pretty sure that Preston is going to come out of that game wishing he had some of those forehands back, but he just has to continue to move forward and hopefully be able to just go back to what he was winning. He was controlling the points early, allowing Matthew to want to really dictate some of the pace of it, but not giving up the table. And Matthew wasn't connecting on a lot of the big forehands. So we'll see what happens here in game number 3 as Matthew maybe has settled down a little bit and found his way into the match. There you have it again, Matthew opening up with forehands out wide. Preston not able to control or to touch that ball just as much as sails long. And now Preston trying to impart some step around of his own. Just an unlucky net ball there. Matthew was able to win that point. He now leads 3-0 in game number 3. Again, Georgia Tech leads this co-ed round of 32 2-0. Preston definitely has to get on the board for his team.
Yeah, Rutgers has kind of ended up in the position where both of the matches going on right now are both must-wins. They want to continue on. This might be a good time for the bench to call a timeout, but you have to know your player. Sometimes your player might actually play better when they're in this mood. It helps them get in the zone or try harder, but typically, some amazing touch shots there, followed by a nice attack from Preston.
Yeah, and really impressed with Preston's ability to stay low on that forehand and not come up out of the shot too much, because Matthew did a great job of just kind of guiding it over with some very little spin on that recovery shot. Great inside-out forehand there from Preston of Rutgers. He's trying to get back into this match. Matthew Liu does have a 7-5 lead in game number 3. Looks like they are one apiece in that fourth singles is Jesse O and Yang Yu Shi.
And Matthew Liu sends a fast pace serve, ends up forcing an error there on the receive, but Preston follows it up and corrects that with a nice flip over the table.
Yeah, and you could just tell Preston was going for, I mean, Matthew was just going for broke there on that last forehand.
Matthew trying to bait Preston into that ball to rip the backhand. Doesn't quite pay off this time. I mean, Preston's going to have to play perfect, but so far, 2 points down, 2 match or game point saved.
The flow of this game, it's not impossible for him to come back in. I mean, you can see that Preston, I mean, Matthew is going to live and die by the big strokes, so that does tend to favor Preston a little bit to give him a chance, and some of those shots are risky on Matthew's part. And right now, as you can see, 3 straight points by Preston Steckline of Rutgers as he's serving at 9-10. They're tied at 1 game all here in the 3rd game. And just way too much spin. It's almost like Matthew caught him with a bit of a dead ball there, and Preston overcooked it.
So now Preston finds himself down a game. This game matters. If he doesn't win this game, his team's basically out of contention here. So it's a lot of pressure for one player.
He won the first game. And we saw Matthew miss a lot of his big shots in the first game. It's hard to sustain that level of play if you're not very consistent and you're kind of dominant with knowing to be just a big forehand, big backhand, regardless of where the ball is on the table. And at times it looked like Matthew wanted to take those big swings, but at the same time, a lot of times he's not in position for it. He's just overcommitted to taking the big shots. So I think, again, if Preston can just stay in the rally, and when he has his opportunity, he's going to have to make his shots. And a lot of times he's just kind of just missed. They weren't power loops, but they were some very controlled loops that he sailed long. But I still think that he's not completely out of this match.
It did seem like in that last game, Preston made more mistakes, but he was still in the hunt. So if he can kind of just tighten it up, find the table, we might have a game 5 coming up. Wonderful short war there. And Matthew tries to pull a Galizia on him.
And that type of point is going to be advantage Preston. That's not what's got him to this point of a chance to win, is big step around cuts. The racket, the swing is just not big enough for some of those step arounds. He's going to have to wait till he gets himself in position like that, where he has time to see it and then explode up and through the ball versus trying to initiate his own step around.
And Matthew has that little dead ball short to the forehand. Tried to bait him into that backhand rip. just misses again. Wonder how many more times he's going to try it before it pays off.
And great racket head adjustment there by Preston. You notice that mid-swing, he opened up the racket face because it was a weird hit return that might have dropped the ball short, but he was able to make the adjustment on the swing, open up the racket head, and open and go wide with the forehand.
Preston trying to lift that ball, but you could see on that one that Matthew really dug into it. He had a lot of underspin.
There, that's a big backhand that Matthew's probably been waiting on for the past 2 matches. So we'll see if he's able to sustain any of those. I'm imagining that Preston's not going to give him a whole lot of just sitter balls off that backhand wing.
Matthew going for the cute rescue shot. That would have been a very neat chop-esque like stroke if he had picked it up off the ground. Fortunately, caught it a little too low to be able to make the full chop stroke.
There, Matthew getting away with the long, deep serve into the body of Preston. Again, Preston just leaving that ball just a little too high, a little too long, and Matthew made him pay for it off the backhand side.
Matthew giving a new meaning to the term off the rip. Oh, going for the control play there.
And he needed that point. He really did need that forehand. He had been missing a couple forehands early in this game. But for him to bounce back and be able to connect in that one, that's great. Preston Steckline leads 7-6 here in the 4th game. Rutgers has to get on the board here. If they lose this, they are out. Georgia Tech advances. Again, there's just the step around has been an Achilles heel for them this entire match. Matthew going for the all-out 360 forehand.
Got ourselves a nice little lob rally that just ends with the last highest lob going a hair too deep. The president of NCTTA is jumping for joy right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Impressive point there. Also looks like from Rutgers' team there's some
just a hair of a net there, throwing off the trajectory of that ball just a tiny bit. Matthew Liu saves 1 game point. Preston is able to put away game 4, excuse me, to make this set 2-2. So have one more chance to win this match. And if he can do that, keep his team's hopes alive, while his teammate is on court 1, trying to win the 4th match of the series and see if they can tie the team sets up to 2-2, take it to a game 5 doubles. So far in this match, it's been very even. It could have gone either way. Both opponents winning the games by identical amounts of points both times. So it's about as even a match as you're going to see all day today. And right out the gate, we're seeing fireworks there. Preston with some very good controlled strokes to keep the point alive until he finds the big rip.
Yeah, and he definitely needed that right to start off this 5th and deciding game. Forehand kind of let him down sometimes throughout this match, but he definitely connected with that one. And again, just a really bad position forehand and not fully executed stroke by Matthew, just kind of swinging loosely. We're seeing the ebbs and flows, the ups and downs of his game. Again, lives and dies by big swings. Sometimes they land, sometimes they don't.
Well, Matthew has shown also to have a bit of a touch game, a bit of creativity than some of the players we've seen on the court today.
I want to say that's just more of the showmanship side of him. That's plan B. But A is definitely to big swings, big cuts.
Just pointing out their diversity of Mr. Matthew here. But sometimes you want to have a C game, D game, and E game. I don't know that it ever gets down that far, but in table tennis, it's one of those beautiful things where there's just almost an unlimited number of styles and equipment that dictate your style or what's on the ball, and you kind of have to have some competent strokes to play against all of them.
People need to go back that way. Tell those people to go. Yeah, those people to go. You tell them.
So Preston looks like right now, if he can keep up this pace, like he'll be on his way to pulling one out for his team. Matthew's going to have to adjust and adapt. We switch, if you notice, the players rotated at the 5th point of the 5th match, or 5th game.
Preston is much needed because Rutgers just took the 4th singles out on table number 1. So now they're on the board. This totally flips things. Preston's match is critical because it would push them into a 5th and deciding doubles, which we've already seen on the ladies' side.
And he just set that beautifully up. And Matthew, you could argue, wasn't playing aggressive enough on that ball.
Yeah, and smart timeout there by Matthew Liu of Georgia Tech. He needs to slow down this momentum. Rutgers takes the 4th singles. Congratulations to Jesse O for beating Yan Yushi of Georgia Tech, 11-9 in the fourth. Now it's a completely different match. I mean, it looks like Georgia Tech was just steamrolling Rutgers, and Matthew Liu ultimately should have closed out Preston, but he allowed them to stick around. Sometimes he looked like he was uninterested in the points, a little lethargic on some of those big swings. He just wasn't in full position for it. And now he's down 7-3 in game number 5. And that means that Rutgers is going into the 5th and deciding doubles match with the momentum on their side.
So Matthew, even after the timeout, finds himself way behind the curve. I mean, this is one of those 1 point at a time. You can't kind of let the weight of how far you're behind weigh you down, because then you can't play freely.
Yeah, Matthew just really unable to connect on any of the forehands right now.
Sometimes it's the frustrating part about being a flashy player, right? When everything's wonderful and flowing, you just look super amazing, but when your timing's off just a hair, you can end up somewhere here where you're just missing that millimeters, right?
Yeah, and we just saw that even that banana flip that Preston was missing earlier, even that's going in for him now. It looks like he's just much more confident over the table.
And that's kind of the biggest thing in table tennis. You don't want your opponent to have confidence. Even if they're a better player than you, if you can take their confidence away, you can even the playing field and end up having a shot at making an upset. But Preston managed to pull it off, and Rutgers has now tied the series up 2-2, and we're off to the 5th and final game. We got a doubles in the co-ed teams round of 32 against Rutgers versus Georgia Tech.
And it's going to be interesting to see Matthew Liu in doubles. Knowing that he likes to step off the table, big swings. In doubles, he's going to be forced to have to play, at least open up the points a little bit shorter. I think he's complemented pretty well with Daniel Ng in this pairing, but it's going to be interesting because Prajit also not a really big player, but he has good topspin, good depth on a lot of things. So I think that right now, if we've known what we've seen so far, that advantage Rutgers going into this. And if I'm the coach of Georgia Tech or anyone on that bench, you are trying to get Matthew to let that last match go and to get him ready for doubles. I don't think that Georgia Tech should have even been in this situation to have to go to doubles, but that is exactly where they are. And they're going to need him right now because, as you can see in the Rutgers bench, they're playing loose. They're laughing. They're having fun with each other. They're ready to go. But Georgia Tech needs to bounce back quickly and get ready for doubles.
It's going to be interesting to see how the doubles plays out, because what we end up having with this matchup could be any of the 4 players with your number 1 player in the doubles match. So it could have been any mix. But right now what we're going to see is a doubles team where Daniel Ng and Prajit Kanchi played each other in the first match, and Daniel ended up taking that one. And then in this third match, we had Preston and Matthew playing. So you'll kind of see that play out where in one game, the first game, you might have the pairs that played each other serving against one another, and then it'll alternate. So be interesting to see how Prajit, how his serves, how Matthew deals with Prajit serves, but Daniel's already seen them all, right? So Daniel should be able to return Prajit serves.
And based on what I've seen with this lineup, it's interesting you're talking about the players that already played one another. It's a very good chance that I might have placed Sabrina Zhu in the doubles with Daniel Ng, because she plays a pretty good short game, heavy underspin, but she's also going to stay close to the table and not give up too much court. And she likes to drive and punch the ball a lot with the backhand, and that's going to take away a lot of the time from the Rutgers team that needs to step off the table and take the big swings to generate a lot of spin. Not so much power loops, but just some really big, deep topspin balls that they would not have if Sabrina Zhu was in the lineup. So she is sitting out in the doubles. Again, she's played a lot today already, but they are going to the fifth and deciding doubles. Prejeet Kanji and Preston Steckline of Rutgers versus Daniel Ng and Matthew Liu of Georgia Tech. They're going to move that match over to table number 1. So if you want to see this fifth and deciding doubles, please jump over and watch it from table number 1. Up next here on table number 2, it looks like they're going to go ahead and move forward with the women's teams round of 16. It looks like it's the number 3 seed Penn versus the number 7 seed Columbia. And we're going to start with the opening singles. It's Rachel O versus Daniela Yano, and that should be interesting. Give us a chance to see the Penn players for the first time today. So really excited again about a lot of these matches that are coming up here as we continue on into day number 1 of the 2023 Collegiate National Table Tennis Championships. I'm Joe Wells. Alongside me is Logan Zimmerman, and we'll be back shortly.
Pause here. Stand here. Announcement. Apparently a live streaming. Then we shake hands. Okay.
Oh, are we doing it for real?
We're starting. Oh, yeah. Yeah. We're starting. We're gonna start the match for real. Okay, give me a few minutes to get organized here, ladies. Okay, I think I probably stuck. Yeah, it did. I knew it. It fell down. I knew that was going to happen. Thank you. Okay, this should be yours, Rachel? Yeah. Okay. All right, there you go. You can grab your racket. Ladies. So one side is blue and one side is red. Who wants to call it? She is calling blue, okay? And it is blue, your choice. She chooses to serve. You have your choice of ends. She chooses that end, okay?
I think that ball is from the previous match.
Okay, your 2-minute warm-up starts now.
here in the round of 16 women's teams event. It is the number 3 seed Penn versus the number 7 seed Columbia University. Rachel O of Penn versus Daniela Llano of Columbia. Rachel is off to a really strong start here. She leads 6-1 in game number 1. An unlucky net ball there gives Llano that second point.
Daniela had 2 nice side spin blocks there, but it looks like Rachel's not fazed by it. So it looks like Daniela's just a little off. That happens when you first come in, you know. You have to warm up and you only get so much time to kind of groove your strokes. You may have been sitting for a little bit of time waiting between matches.
Yeah, and we don't know, you know, again, they played this morning, how long that layoff between the morning session and the afternoon session is.
Her strokes look clean. She had some good defense, good touch there, so could only be a matter of time before she kicks it in. And we see some really good fireworks from both sides.
Again, just an unlucky ball there. Daniela rolling off a few points in a row here. She still trails 4-9 in game number 1. Rachel O to serve.
Sets up a nice rally there. It's always nice to see the longer the rallies go. 7, 9, 11 balls in. Kind of fun for everybody watching. Just a little late to the block there. Misses it a little wide, and Daniela finds herself down again to Rachel. We're going to have to see if Columbia can figure this one out. Try and come back into this match. Even though Daniela ended up losing that game, though, I still think there was quite a few promising things. Her decision making, her stroke, like she just has to adjust and adapt to the feel of the spin and speed of her opponent. And sometimes it takes a little bit of time. Something called the reverse sweep is not unheard of, where a player starts off a little slower, but once they figure out the tactics, the pacing, they can end up kind of finding their way, navigating to wins back to back to back and coming from behind to win the match. So you'll find oftentimes in table tennis players screaming out some kind of self-talk words in the middle of the point, or at the end of the point, I should say. Some type of fight. You know, you'll hear a lot of chos around this sport. Maybe some andiamos. Little bit of fight, you know, something to keep them motivated.
So it's going to be very interesting here as Penn looks to seal a spot into the women's semifinal. If they are to defeat Columbia, they will have their hands full, which was more than likely to be the Texas Wesleyan matchup in that that second semifinal. It's because UCLA women's team is number 1. It's going to be interesting to see if UCLA, based on what we saw earlier, one of the key members of that team dealing with some injuries, if UCLA can get past Maryland, we'll have Georgia Tech and Western kind of go from there. But right now, we've got UPenn and Columbia looking to be one of the first into the semifinal rounds of the women's teams.
And Daniela managing to take the lead in the second game here. See if she can keep the momentum up. Beautiful third ball attack. Just missing the fifth ball, clipping the top of the net. Missing out wide by a hair. So Daniela managing to still hang in here. Nice shovel serve, but doesn't quite get the opening that she was hoping for. So you got Rachel with a game point here to take game 2 and see if Daniela can hold her off.
So what we got here, Rachel O from University of Pennsylvania and Daniela Llano, a Brazilian international from Columbia University.
And on the mic, you're hearing Willie Leparulo, president of NCTTA, the man himself. Thank you for blessing the mic.
For blessing the mic, yes. Thank you, Logan. Wow, did that hit the edge? No. Okay.
So it looks like Daniela was able to save 1 game point. She can manage to pull one off here. Only problem is Rachel has the serve, so Rachel gets to start with the first decision of this opening point.
A little that I've seen, she always serves out of the backhand side. Has that been going on?
And Daniela doesn't. She manages to tie this up and deuce. We have a new game.
So at 10-10, you're going to deuce. Daniela's down 1-0. Is she going for a crazy serve here to quickly get this game ahead?
Looks like she opted for the fastball. Starts it off into kind of a backhand war. Little change of pace there.
Looks like both players are both smooth, right?
Daniela kind of had her hands full on the first match against Rachel and taking a nice aggressive backhand.
That was a big, big spinny loop.
So that one paid off. You can tell she's in the zone right now, very focused.
Daniela is one of the top players for the Columbia women's team as well as their co-ed team. You hate it when it hits the net like that.
Oh yeah, that net has been messing with everybody today.
I mean, it's top spin on the net. Of course, it's going to jump up. Another backhand serve. Again, is it all backhand serves with Rachel?
So far. But I mean, if it's good, because even if you're staying on the same serve over and over and over, if you feel really comfortable with how it plays out, even if you win 13-11, it's better than trying to move to something maybe you're not as comfortable with just to be tricky, right? Because you might trick yourself if they end up getting it back over. Even if they accidentally get it back over, you put some heavy, crazy spin on there, you could end up having to deal with it.
I noticed, and again, I noticed this just because I face a lot of those with backhand serves, but I noticed her elbow is popping up. Maybe she's doing that on purpose. It looks like a lot of underspin coming back.
She could be telegraphing, and that's that kind of next level, that those 200 IQ points, right? Where your first thing you learn to do is read the contact point, and then the second thing you'll learn to do is read some kind of tell. And a lot of time on the backhand serve, if the elbow's coming up, it means the paddle's coming up, which means the topspin ball. But if a player's sneaky enough, they can get that underspin contact and then pull that elbow up, hoping that the last thing your brain remembers is, oh, elbow up, topspin, and then you dump a ball in the net.
Well, Logan, she fooled me. Looks like Daniela wasn't fooled. She pushed the ball back. It really wasn't too much of a big deal. But, yeah, Rachel's up 2-0 here. Looking to finish it off.
All right, so Daniela, she played a really good second game and almost was able to pull it off, but fell just a little short. And see how she adjusts in game 3.
Catching the edge there. That's nasty. They were both counter looping a little bit, or counter driving, excuse me, a little bit. Looks like they've both got a really good all-around game. Let's get a closer look at that backhand serve. Watch that elbow. I don't think Daniela's fooled. I think she's onto the serve all the way. It's just after that fact.
Nice side top spin pendulum serve there. Gets that micro mistake, that ball to pop up just a hair, able to rip it by for a point.
And that was side spin that brought it over a little bit. She tried to loop straight and her under side spin brought it over.
It appears that is how that played out.
That's a really quick backhand serve. I like that. So basically what we're seeing here is Rachel is giving several different looks out of the backhand side. Is that done on purpose?
Yeah, Rachel seems to be going more for placement than she is for alternating the spin. So can I hit it forehand, backhand, middle, and kind of maybe getting Daniela to start, oh, okay, I see where she's going. I'm going to be ready for that middle ball, so I'm going to be ready to step around and take it. And then she goes wide into that backhand and kind of catches your middle anyways. She's like baiting you into taking that step around and then trying to guess or anticipate when you're actually going to step around. Throws it wide.
Oh, here we go. It's a lob.
And it's still alive, but doesn't quite make it over. That would have been amazing.
It was interesting. She just stopped. She's like, no, it's not going over. And then, oh my gosh,
It made
we're
it.
alive. Lobbing town. Love it.
An old coach of mine, when we would train, you can't really practice for that ball. That's why she stopped, right? Read it, just a little incorrect, but you have to be able to kick it back into gear. And during the training hall, my old coach used to say, GoPro, anytime a little net or an edge or something happened, try and condition yourself to like kick it into gear when you see something that you didn't anticipate.
I like that. I was just about to say, does Rachel have a forehand serve? And there it was. Some counter driving here.
And an amazing, quick, off the bounce rally with a little bit of touch blocking. It was a beautiful play there.
So this is the first match of the women's team event here. We've got University of Pennsylvania, the number 3 seed, versus the Columbia University, number 7. Number 2 singles is started on the other table, and that is Ciling versus Jian Fang Wei. 4 singles and 1 double potentially in the way NCTTA format works.
Oh, beautiful points there.
Nice blocking, driving, sort of all court play here. This is fantastic points to watch.
And Daniela has just found another gear. She's focused. She's giving the daggers in between points to her opponent. Showing. I think she's safe to say she's feeling it, really.
Yeah. Well, I mean, at this point, and this is something I always ask, is Rachel O just prepping for the next game? She knows she's up 2-0. Okay, I gave up a game. Let me prep for the next game. It's a big red light at this point. The red, yellow, green, yellow.
Yes, sir. That's one of those things that admittedly I do, but I think if you were to ask any coach, do you just throw in the towel to learn a little bit since you're up 2-0? Let me try a few things so the next game I have a better strategy. I feel like the coach said you play every point as hard as you can. You never throw in the towel.
Agreed.
You try to fight back and win all 8 of those points to get the deuce.
Fight into the dying. I think, what is that poem by, I'm quoting American literature. Eugene O'Neill, is it Eugene O'Neill? My Jeopardy trivia is not as good as Andy Wynn. One of our staff members, Andy Wynn, pulls out all sorts of wonderful trivia that makes us all feel a little inept.
Well, this is a collegiate national championships. Got a lot of smart cookies on staff and on the courts.
I don't include myself in that. It's been 20 years since I've been in the university, but nevertheless, it's fun to watch. So we've got Rachel up 2-1. You know, again, she wants to start strong. It looks like both teams, Penn and Columbia, put their best 2 in number 1, which is fair, essentially, just because the way it works in NCTTA. Whoever plays in the number 1 singles must play in the doubles. That is the way that works. And so after this match, we'll have another singles match and potentially even a doubles if it goes that far. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. We're just here in the very first singles match here in the women's team event. Yano to serve. You hear that nice vamos, I think it was. She's Brazilian, so essentially Portuguese is very similar to the typical Spanish vamos, but love to see the passion. So I think it's pretty interesting, too, is a lot of the players that I've talked to, including, I was talking to Daniela before, and she was saying how wonderful this event is, but that they're not used to an interesting point, having such a great sort of flooring facility and the umpires watching them as they play. So that changed someone's psychology coming into something like this.
Yeah, because you get the feel that it's the big stage, right? Everything around feels so important. It might even increase the pressure of the match. The match feels more important, and nothing's really changed, right? Your opponent is your opponent, whether it was out on the alternate courts out on the hardwood or if it's on the main stage, but you definitely know somewhere in the back of your mind there's camera streaming the event, people could be watching me, umpires are here. Some players thrive under that, they love it. Some players are indifferent, and then others, it actually might add a little bit of nerves.
It was a great rally there. Looks like Rachel is going back to whatever strategy she had before, and I think it was more so, and again, I didn't see the first game, but it could have been, looks like she's attacking more on the angles, making Daniela move a little bit.
Daniela staying fired up. She looks determined. And if you look back to the last, 2.5 games, she's actually been hanging in there. Her strategy's been much better than it was in the first game coming out.
Looks like it was a net. It's a tough serve. It really does look like there's a little bit more topspin there. Daniela's not fooled at all. She knows it's underside spin. That one time, all it takes is once.
Just a little bit of a misstep there. She got the ball she wanted right to her backhand.
The thing about these players too is they're very experienced. Daniela's out of Brazil, former junior player there, and Rachel, former U.S. junior as well. So they've probably seen each other's serves or some serves of that variation so many times. And table tennis is just so much about pattern and pattern recognition, I think you called it once. Looks like they're recognizing to the highest power here.
They are both playing quite well, so it'll be interesting to see who comes out on top if Daniela can hang on. Another let serve there, catching the top of the net. And in table tennis, unlike other sports, you can have multiple let serves, infinitely a number of let serves, as long as it hits the net and ends in the playing area.
It is interesting, and I guess the ping pong rules, you only have 3 before a point happens, but this is table tennis. You could have infinite amount.
And beautiful block there. It was so good that Daniela didn't panic. Oftentimes when the ball comes quick, the player will, I see the open court, and they rush to the ball and end up overplaying it, but she was so poised, so controlled there, and didn't need to do much. The player wasn't anywhere to be found, and hits a winner right by her. Nice opening to the backhand. I really like that decision.
So that ball was souped up with some spin and speed, probably more speed than spin, I'd say.
Well, and it looked like Rachel was expecting the forehand, kind of body motion out to the forehand. But you could tell even right there, even though Daniela didn't win that rally, Rachel looked like she was guessing a little, right? Goes back to neutral, goes to the wrong side and has to overcorrect. So good on Rachel for having the touch to stay in that point.
It's tight, 7-7. Oh, to serve.
Wonderful point. One of the best rallies of the match so far. Things are tight, things are tense, and they're both playing amazingly.
So I've noticed something, and again, whenever Rachel does a backhand serve, Daniela moves over to the forehand to receive. You ever see a world where she's going to flip that on her backhand, or it's just always push?
I think it depends on how comfortable she is, and right now, where the score, she's winning the odds, right? So if she keeps playing the odds in her favor, even slightly, 60-40, she's going to end up winning this one. So I don't think she takes a risk just yet.
She's pumped up here. Looks like she's about to get the second game here.
Well, never say never, but
Never say never, that's true.
we'll see if Rachel has any tricks up her sleeve. Wonderful inside out, and then just keeps her pinned on the backhand.
A smart play there. Every 6 points, the towel break, I guess, quote unquote, we put that in quotations, break. It's not really a break, but it's a couple seconds to towel off every 6 points.
I guess it depends on the player. Some players turn them into breaks, have to be reminded by the umpire and staff to get back to the table.
That is so true.
Nothing wrong with a little gamesmanship.
Now that was absolutely topspin. She went to push, the ball was elevated. Looks like I think Rachel Lowe is trying to get that one serve she hasn't seen back. Several variations. Looks the same. Excellent serves.
And just like that, Rachel gambles a step around, knowing that Daniela blocked the ball by her the first time. And this time, Daniela moved just a hair too far and kind of wasn't perfectly in position and misses the block long. All right, she's still in it. Daniela's still staying poised and charged up.
So
She's got the ad.
What do you serve here if you're Rachel? Down 10-11, up 2-1.
My amateur self would end up trying to serve something tricky that I don't think they've seen with great placement. But if you can trust your forehand like that, there's no reason to change it up, right?
Fair.
Send a ball you know she's going to push long, so you can rip that, or not rip, but slow spin, or throw a real tricky topspin ball into the mix.
I'm
And
with
to
you.
pay off.
I'm all about the tricks.
Beautiful choice by Daniela. She keeps taking that down the line to the backhand, and it's really paying off for her. But it's one of those things that you can't just go to the well on without, mixing it up to keep them honest. So because she's been mixing it up, it opened up that down the line shot for the point there.
Oh, that's an incredible forehand. Almost as if she waited just 1 second till she moved and got it there. Pro shot. Love to see that.
All right, the score is 12-12. Players opting to take a towel break. A little bit of a misstep uncharacteristic from Rachel. I mean, they've both been playing so tight, and it's not really fair to compare them to their previous success because they've not been making too many mistakes. Both women have been actually winning the points. And one of the best rallies of the match so far.
We're going into 5 games here. Daniela Llano is pumped up. Every vamo that we hear, love to see that here at the NCTTA Championships. Hashtag loud and proud is what we're all about along those lines. Really good to see that. So this is definitely a good match. Their ratings, just looking it up, are pretty identical. Rachel is a 21-13. These are college ratings, NCTTA ratings, and Daniela Llano is a 21-96. So similarly, along those lines, on paper, Llano should win. But again, one never knows, right?
Yeah, they both look like they were playing like 2,300 pluses that match, in that game at least.
Absolutely. I love to see that also both teams have coaches, people in their corner helping them out. Almost like another pair of eyeballs to help out with everything. That's the best way it should be. You're in the 5th game now, and again, for those tuning in that may not be that familiar, in the 5th game, at whoever reaches 5, they'll switch sides. It's kind of the way it works. So you can hear Daniela Llano. She's extremely exuberant, ready to go, ready to leave it out on the table, loud and proud. We'll see what comes up here.
right out the gate, Rachel ends up sending a topspin serve. She hasn't been using it that often, and so it really gives her a chance to set up almost some free points if your opponent doesn't quite see it, or they're always expecting that motion to be underspin. It's interesting to see that she opts for the different serve on the first serve of the game, try and get out to a head start.
Yeah, I think that's smart. I mean, you don't want to do everything the same. You see that block from Daniela Llano? It was like a, I don't know, side spin block on her forehand. Very interesting shot there. A lot of these different strokes are coming out. We've got all of these fruit terms, the banana flip, the strawberry flip. There's got to be another one too.
I'm inventing the pineapple tonight.
You're inventing the pineapple. It seems that in modern table tennis, again with the return, we're going to see Rachel's probably serve a backhand serve, and we notice that Llano will come over to the forehand side with her backhand. When do you think that's been happening? How long? Oh, there it is on the forehand, on the backhand. That's great. But in general, it's been going to her forehand and return with her backhand. You noticed, you know, Logan, in terms of a lot of people receiving out of the forehand corner with their backhand?
That's kind of a more modern, I was going to say newer, but more modern style of play. Zhang Yika was one of the first ones to start doing that banana flip from the forehand side, and he made it really popular, and it was cool for everybody to play, and now it's kind of a staple in modern table tennis. Former world #1, Chinese national team player, very decorated table tennis player, made it very popular.
So what you're saying is Llano learned from Zhang Jike, or Zhang Jike learned from Llano.
It's the other way around. He's much older.
I know. I'm just playing. It's
But you never know. He could have been at a training hall and been like, "What's that kid doing? I'm gonna do that."
in Brazil. Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah, didn't they have big championships down there around the time he was playing?
They've switched sides. It is the score's now been updated. Llano's up 5-3 at the switch. She is pumped up. Love to hear that, loud and proud.
Great timeout. I was just about to say, literally, as she was touching her like hands together, you would think, is this about a good time for a timeout? And it worked out. And the reason why, from here, the booth, I thought maybe that was going to happen, was you had Daniela running to pick the ball up, showing, very excited.
Right.
But Rachel, the look on her face, she looked a little confused. So I think it was about time to go get some advice, get another pair of eyes to help her understand like what she's missing, maybe even get some confidence.
Could be breaking the rhythm as well. I mean, that's also a point there. But yeah, it's interesting. I love how we have timeouts in table tennis and coaching involved as well. So this is also very important. Looking on the other match that's going on between Penn and Columbia, it's 1-1 right now between Si Ling and John Fengwei. Sure I butchered those names, but it is 1-1 in the #2 singles play. This is the #1 singles here between Penn and Columbia. Daniela Llano is from Columbia University, and Rachel O is from the University of Pennsylvania. It's the #1 singles here in the 5th game with Llano up 6-3.
Right, Rachel getting some support from the crowd, trying to help pump her up. Wonderful recovery from Rachel there. There were a couple times she went to the forehand guessing, but she was so quick to come back to the backhand and hit the shot to keep it alive. Very impressive.
Yep.
And it's like both ladies stepped their game up at the exact same time. These rallies are just getting better in the 5th here.
I have to say, I saw Yano did a block that resemblance of a pickleball block, one that I've seen you do.
I don't think we need to get into pickleball right now at the college table tennis championships. Other than that, in table tennis, we accept all styles.
We do
And what
indeed.
matters is winning the match, not how you win the match.
Absolutely. Ping pong boys forever. So we're at 7-5. Yano is up 7-5 here. Game is getting faster. It's like the ladies literally want it so bad, and they're going to ramp up the speed. Love to see that.
I mean, it's great when you see two competitors both playing well. It's one of those matches, nobody wants to lose. But when you're playing this well, look at this rally. It's almost like you can walk away from this one knowing you put it all out there and not too upset with yourself. Either one of them if you do lose, right? Of course they both want to win, but
Right.
if someone's got to lose, this is the best way for it to happen.
That sneaky backhand serve right in the backhand.
And that puts Rachel even with Daniela. So I almost wonder if Daniela's overplaying here a hair. Great timeout. I mean, and it just goes to show the importance of the timeout, right? So Rachel takes a timeout. She's down. Now she finds herself ahead by 1. And Daniela's the one now feeling the pressure, knows that the comeback was not in her favor after that timeout, takes her own timeout. You can see her gesturing to her coach, like, hey, this is what I've been doing. This is what I'm having trouble with. I think I should. And her coach right there ends up saying, hey, yeah, I agree. I agree with your tactics. You can see him nodding. Not reading lips, but the body motion, you could tell. It's like she was asking a question and he was confirming. So
Exactly.
sounds like she just needed somebody confirm what she wants to go tactics-wise.
Pick me up of sorts, yep. Yano's down 7-8. She's a senior at Columbia in physics and computer science. She wants to finish this strong for her team. There's that passion. Takes a little bit of time here. She comes running back. So this should be interesting, Logan. She's got, obviously, there's a backhand serve all sneaky coming out. Let's see what she does.
Pass to the body. Oh, with the let. And I was waiting for that down the line, that backhand redirect.
So she just opened up her wrist to get that redirect, basically, right?
You got it. So you end up doing something called supination on your forehand, and you end up rolling that forearm so that way the paddle angle faces the wrong direction, the opposite direction. But it's so quick, and it's actually quite easy of a motion that your opponent doesn't have a lot of time to react if you do it right. Rachel overplays that push. May have been a little bit more dead than she anticipated, trying to lift the ball with less spin.
She's got 2 match points. Yano does. Every 6 points, towel break there, and that's what they're doing right now.
So right now we've just seen a timeout change the momentum twice. And Rachel's throwing everything at her. Into the lobbing point.
See some wiggle, maybe.
And the defense for the win. Daniela pulls it off.
That's
just
incredible.
like that. We talked about it earlier in the match. She found herself to start. Daniela was down 2-0. And we talked about a reverse sweep. You could see she was trying to play aggressively. She was trying to find her backhand stroke, how much to lift the underspin, and really trying to understand Rachel's game, the speed, spin, power, timing. And sure enough, she stuck with it. She wins the third game and ends up reverse sweeping.
It absolutely, and you know it's a great match any way you slice it. And Rachel O, she's a freshman at UPenn. We're going to see plenty of her. Daniela Llano is a senior, and you know, this may be her last NCTTA championships, and she's making the best of it. And I'm sure we'll see Rachel O in the future for sure. And nothing to be ashamed of on both sides. So now we're gonna see probably the number 3 singles coming up. We'll wait to get the match sheet here. Just an update from the other side, just to let everybody know. We've got UPenn is up on the Columbia person. Siling is up on Dan Feng Wei, 2-1 and 3-0 in the fourth, if anyone's catching up. So we'll come back here in a little bit. Thanks for joining us. I'm Willie Laparula with
Logan Zimmerman.
We'll see you soon.
calling blue, okay? And it is blue. Your choice.
Oh, sorry.
She chooses to serve, you have your choice of ends. This end, okay? Two-minute warm-up starts now.
And welcome back to the NCTTA Women's Team Quarterfinals between Stephanie Chen and Zixuan Wu. We currently have the game count between the two teams as 1-0, with Columbia being in the lead on court 1.
So looks like here we've got Stephanie Chen and Wu Zixuan. How do you pronounce that?
I gave it my best shot 2 seconds ago, and
Zixuan.
Zixuan Wu is,
Yeah, well, they go last name first, then first name, I think. And
well, if we are mispronouncing your name, we sincerely apologize.
At any rate, Stephanie Chen is a 1920 rated player, and it says here we've got Wu Zixuan is 1464. And again, these are college ratings. They're not USATT ratings. We do our own ratings here at NCTTA. So this is the number 3 singles, University of Pennsylvania and Columbia University. They're getting ready to start.
Okay, come to the table. Come to the table. Columbia versus Penn. Penn is serve first. 0-0.
Okay, here we go. Errant backhand there. Looks like under side spin, top side spin of some sort. Match score looks like to be 1-0. We think it may not be. We're going to get an update here real quick, because there was a completion of another singles match.
Yeah, they finished on court 1. The overall match count will be updated by the production team here soon.
In the meantime, Stephanie Chen is up 3-0. Like Woozy, we're gonna call her Wu. My wife is Chinese, and she's probably lamenting greatly that I didn't learn from her, as she taught me many times, so I'm sorry to Shelly. But Wu has a pretty dominant backhand. Every time the ball comes long, she's ripping that backhand without any hesitation. I like to see that kind of play. It's an interesting backhand serve. I think that it fooled Stephanie Chen. pushed a little bit long and high.
Yeah, you saw her take a look at her racket like, this can't be. It must have been sweat, the ball was wet, something. Normally if a table tennis ball gets a drop of sweat on it or gets wet for any reason, touches the player's clothes while they're sweating, once it hits the rubber, it's so slick it doesn't bite, so it just slips off the paddle. And oftentimes, if that happens, you'll see a little wet mark on your paddle. You'll know that you've been duped.
Duped by your own sweat. Yeah, that's a bit of aggravation for sure.
And Wu is hanging in here nicely for being the lower rated player.
Wu is, she's a computer science major, sophomore at Columbia University. She's from China.
She might do really well on Andy's test later on.
Maybe so. For those that don't know, Andy Wynn is our marketing director here at NCTTA. He's been having a lot of fun with trivia and Jeopardy-like questions. What is the capital of? Name it.
Those types of things. He plans on ambushing the players at some point during this event to see how much they're really learning, or are they just playing table tennis all day?
You never know. That's the whole point.
Well, I mean, we have some indication because no players with bad test scores and grades can come play in the championship, so all of our players here are both stellar in academia and in their athletic endeavors.
Let's just say that they're above the minimum GPA. How about that? There we go.
Hey, C's get degrees, really.
That's in some places they don't. But at any rate, yeah, no, in general, the table tennis population is very intelligent, and I'm sure it's the same way for NCTTA
But
college table tennis.
I do have a question for you, Willie.
Sure.
What do you call the medical student that came last in his class?
I don't know what.
Doctor.
That's a little scary as well. All right, well, Stephanie Chen has got the first game, 11-5, talking to their coaches, trying to figure things out, how things are going to work here. This is the women's team quarterfinals, University of Pennsylvania versus Columbia. University of Pennsylvania is the number 3 seed. Columbia University women's team, they're the number 7 seed.
So, Willie, while we have a chance, do you want to talk about sometimes the reality of a team maybe stacking their order so that way there's a throwaway game?
Sure.
And a teammate that knows that they're not expected to win, and maybe the strategy behind doing something like that, and then maybe even the mentality of the player.
Yep.
How they need to think about their place on the team for that scenario.
So in NCTTA, there's a strategy that is often used. You have to pit 4 singles players in a team format, and you can put them in whatever order you want, including putting, and again, this may not be totally what's happening here, but you put a weaker player higher as which is called sacrifice, essentially, so that the other teammates can play someone easier. And not to say this is happening here, but it is an interesting concept. And we look at the matchups. You know, they're pretty evenly stated, 1, 2, 3, 4. But it can be interesting when a team puts in, we'll say, a lower-rated player at number 1 and opts to go strong at number 2, 3, and 4. It's an attempt to win at 2, 3, and 4. So it gets interesting if 2 and 3 and 4 don't win all of their matches, because they can go to doubles.
We have an update from the booth. It looks like the overall match count is tied 1-1. So the 2 matches on the court are both important. One player from each team needs to win if either wants to go to doubles, and both need to win if either wants to take that 3-1 win.
On the other table, we've got Cheryl Eloise Lim, rated 1811, versus Lin Yuanjing, rated 1269. And again, these are college ratings, so anything could happen, and many times does. Ratings are just a number.
And right now, the disparity between those 2 numbers at 1800 versus the 1200. 600 points is a big deal in the table tennis world. Typically, a player that's rated 250 points or higher than another player wins at least 9 out of 10 times, most likely 10 out of 10 times.
Sure.
But at the lower levels, it's not as true as at the higher levels. So if you have a 2300 versus a 2550, the 2300 almost always loses. But at the lower level, you have players that maybe they get an initial rating, but they train a lot and they get quick very fast at the beginning. So 250 points doesn't matter as much.
Yep. That's very true.
And right now, you can see the score is 4-4 in the second game. And on our table, we have a disparity of almost 500 points. But Wu is hanging in there very nicely. She's even up now in the second game.
But there's so many variables too. It could be style. It could be, am I nervous today? I'm on the stream. My parents are watching. Any number of different things that are happening here, other than their normal kind of play. And again, most colleges they play in a gym more than likely, but some don't, and so those are the different disparities and variables that we have to deal with. It's a nice, what looks like a shovel serve, but really fast. There from Stephanie Chen. Unlucky edge or net there, excuse me, and it definitely hurts to have that, but
I haven't been able to pay attention to court 1 very much today, but here on court 2, that net is getting in the way of all kinds of games. And there it is again. But Wu keeps it alive wonderfully and hangs in there. That is not a 1464 rally right there. She
I
played
agree.
very well.
Again, like I said, it could be nerves, could be everything else. I'm not entirely sure.
Counter misses just by an inch.
Update from the other table, Lin Yuan Jing, 1269, is up 1-0 on the higher rated player, Cheryl Lim. So again, don't pay attention to the ratings. Anything can and does happen generally.
Beautiful
Blistering
forehand
forehand,
there.
yeah. You think she was looking to try to pin her in the backhand and wait until she just leaned that way and try to go wide on the forehand?
Oh, most definitely. Hit it where they're not. It's like one of the most basic strategies to table tennis.
Uh-oh.
And the net again.
That was a very interesting shot there.
It's one of those recoveries, right? She's not expecting the ball to clip the net. It changes the trajectory. Your brain has to process a lot once that happens. So sometimes you get awkward, weird C. Miller blocks that come out of nowhere because your brain doesn't know what to do with it.
Another net. I think we need to check the net out there.
I was going to say it earlier, but I didn't want anybody to frown upon the setup of the venue. I can assure you all the nets are measured and checked for tightness and height previous. And just wonderful, wonderful like control play by Wu there. Didn't overplay anything. Just keep the ball on the table one more time than your opponent. And we're at 9-9 in the second. And Wu opening up with an amazing backhand flip.
That's anybody's game here.
And Wu manages to do it. She pulls it off, takes game 2. We're tied 1 apiece.
Yeah, this is an interesting match here. I'm of the opinion that Stephanie Chen likes a very specific style of play, and Wu is certainly not giving her that style of play, and that's frustrating her in some way, shape, or form. I think if, again, I'm not Columbia's coach, but if I were, I would say continue doing what you're doing. You're in this game, and certainly she is. If I were Penn's coach, I would say, look, she's very strong on her backhand. You need to try something new.
Something I was just thinking about with all this ratings talk. For some reason, I was like, oh, well, if, you know, Zishuan Wu ends up pulling this off, she's going to get re-rated if she has any other wins like this. But then I realized that doesn't probably matter to any of these players, really, because you're playing to win. You're playing for your team.
Yep.
You're not playing to make your number higher and look pretty to show off to everybody, whereas in singles, the whole point is to raise your rating.
Absolutely, absolutely. And that's the beauty of NCTTA. You're playing for your team, for your club. You know, table tennis can be a very individual sport. The way we like to do it at NCTTA is it's a team format. Absolutely. So we're here. Third singles, Stephanie Chen versus Wu Zishuan. Tied 1-1.
Stephanie opens up with a nice forehand. Sometimes those slow spin balls are just very difficult to get the right touch on. And she was there, she saw it. Wu finds herself down 3-0.
So I think on that changeover, there was obviously a conversation for Stephanie, certainly coming out 3-1. I see some different serves and placements and so forth.
It's very important when you end up losing the initial first few points that you stay poised and calm and don't think about the past, right? You think about the future. Let me just win a couple points here and there. Because if you're down 0-3, 3-0, and you end up losing 2 points, you're down 5-0, that's a hard mountain to climb.
Yeah.
But if you stay poised and you win just a couple, you're only down 1 point. So I'm glad to see that, you know, Wu is staying calm and collected. She's trying a couple different things.
Yeah, that's not a 1400 stroke. Hate to break it to the ratings people. Maybe Colombia's got something up their sleeve.
And now we're back tied to 4 apiece in game 3. Feel like I've seen this somewhere.
Deja vu.
And yet again, we got the scores 5-4. Wu's starting to break away. Can she repeat last game?
For those following at home, in number 4 singles, it's tied 1-1. The net is the star of today. I don't know what else to say.
It looks like it.
Wu is up. She's to serve on her backhand.
That was a beautiful push. It looked like if she'd pushed back to the middle, Stephanie was getting ready to turn the corner and open up with a forehand.
She was certainly hopping around.
Now, do you think that was an actual untied shoelace or a little bit of gamesmanship there?
I always wonder
Get that
when
mini
that happens.
mini timeout.
I like how they do that. There's always the gamesmanship when the ball goes and you accidentally kick it to the barriers. Always love that one.
All like Christian Lillarus.
Yeah. Christian Lillarus, if you're listening, we love you, man.
Thanks for the tips for on the gamesmanship side of things.
Christian Lillarus, why we bring him up, he was a friend. He's a friend to NCTTA and created the first scholarship program at Texas Wesleyan. So Texas Wesleyan, if anyone wonders how that program came about, Christian Lillarus had a hand in that, had more than a hand in that, obviously. So Logan and I know Christian pretty well, and so shout out to Christian Lillaroos, a man with 7 languages under, was it 7 or 8 or 9?
I think
I'm
it
not
was
sure.
8.
Okay, yeah, my fault.
Oh, so smart. So Wu is actually, it's so amazing, the slow push. She's placing it well and misdirecting it, like waiting for the last second to change directions and catching Stephanie off guard. She read the shovel serve. She's seeing everything right now. And it looks like she could be well on her way to being up 2-1.
Yeah, I think Wu's got into something. It's looking at her body language. She's positive. Stephanie Chen seems to want to try to pump herself up. And both are doing the right thing. See who comes out on top.
Stephanie comes out swinging and pulls off the point there to close the gap before she ends up having the same game points. Because if Wu gets the 10, she's got to play perfect. So it's better to get him in now. Are we getting called on the service again?
This is a warning.
No, this is the 3rd time we've seen the umpire telling people. Third separate match, not this match.
Okay, fair enough. For those out there, umpire has the discretion to give a warning instead of taking away a point. That's what our umpire is Linda Leaf. She's out of Wisconsin. Linda's a great promoter of the sport for junior table tennis as well as college table tennis.
And Stephanie baited out the high ball and just misses long. That was an unfortunate error because it loses the game. She's down in the match count.
It is interesting, and I think, you know, having the, again, I go back to the psychology of it all, is that having the umpire tell you, hey, hang on a second, I see you, I have doubt in your serve. It gets to a player because you're in a rhythm, you're serving, you're going in a rhythm, and suddenly somebody says something. It doesn't have to be anything, but this was that. As a player, what do you have to do?
I think you find a way to tie your shoes or do something to end up like collecting yourself and shaking off. Like your thoughts are clouded, they're going somewhere else. You're not thinking about the placement, the touch, the whatever things you can think about in table tennis. And even just a little hair of doubt, or them forcing you to toss it an inch higher or 2 inches higher, and you're thinking about the toss over the contact. So now your serve's not quite as good, and your opponent might be able to send a more aggressive ball your way.
And you know, now that Stephanie Chen's coach is talking to her, and Logan, you're one of the coaches at Florida State University. I'm sure you've seen that happen where there's been a disruption. As a coach, how do you gotta get them back to center?
I think it depends on the player. If the player is a height player, they need to be pumped up. You pump them up, and in a positive way, tell them like, you're too good for this. That can't bother you because your strokes are just wonderful. Just make sure you keep applying the pressure. Or if they're someone that gets lost in their own thoughts and are very negative, maybe you have to be more calming and try and help them just kind of get away from that negative space.
Makes sense.
And sometimes it helps to have like an inside joke or two. Maybe has nothing to do with table tennis, right? Say something to take their mind off of everything and let them kind of reset, right? Push the reset button.
That's a great idea. Wu to serve down 1-0.
Interesting chop there.
I'm not sure
like
what
a side spin chop almost.
Side spin chop, yeah.
It hurt my old man shoulder even attempting it with the air chop here.
The air chop. Uh-oh.
Okay, so she didn't miss this one. That was the crucial. Same thing in the last game. What ended up ending the game for her because she missed long. But this time she took her time, didn't even try to go for the full power, just the placement. You can tell she's rethinking her serve. Like, do I really want to do the serve?
Looking at number 4 singles for those wondering. Columbia University is up 2-1 in the 4th singles. We're watching the 3rd singles here. The match score is tied 1-1. Every one of these matches counts absolutely. So right now, Wu is down 2-3 in this number 3 singles match. That was an interesting forehand. She just said, I'm going to turn and I'm going to burn it.
Turn and burn.
Turn and burn, absolutely.
When do you think we'll see the shake and bake?
Are we quoting Talladega
Nights.
Nights? We're quoting it, aren't we?
We are.
That shows our cinematic
Prowess.
I
Oh
love it.
my
I
gosh.
love it.
They're going to kick us off the stream soon.
No, it's fine. Shake and bake.
Well, you got another one where we just may as well keep rolling them out. Grip it and rip it.
Is that Talladega Nights?
No, that one's a golf quote. I actually don't know the origin of it, but typically, if you want to hit the ball a long way with your driver, your friends, that you're playing partners, you might say, just hey, grip it and rip
You
it.
lost me at golf, but that's okay. You had me at hello. Quoting all the movies here. Anyways, back to the match here. Wu is poised here to go ahead, potentially take this. I mean, this is a very big surprise. Stephanie Chen's rated 1920. And Wu is really very, very
She's
excited.
on fire
Yeah.
right now. I think they got her numbers kind of out of order. I think that 2 needs to switch with that 9. It's like a 1922.
Yeah. At this point, if UPenn's coach would probably need to call a timeout. to
I
slow
would
this
have
down.
already.
Yeah.
And when the interesting, you let the player dictate that completely. Sometimes they don't do what's in their best interest because they're so wrapped up in their thoughts, their emotions, technical thoughts, whatever is going on. They're not thinking like, if I don't call this right now, I'm losing this match, period. Whereas that's where the coach can have kind of an unbiased opinion. And so this is going downhill. You got to wonder why her team isn't trying to step in and say, hey, 3 points ago at 6-3, let's call it. Let's just take a break.
Coaching is a skill. I mean, this is a skill set. The recognition of when to call timeouts, when to do things. Okay, it looks like the umpire is going to be taking away points, perhaps. Okay, there's the discussion of what the score is. Here we go, back to the points. These little disruptions sometimes really do get into a player's head. So Wu was absolutely on a roll before, and now she's lost, looks like 3 points in a row. See if she can focus it back.
Stephanie was just a hair off the mark. She was in close enough to get to that ball.
5 match points. There it is, folks. Wu Zixuan takes the game and the match 3-1. And now we've got Columbia up 2-1 here against the number 3 seed, University of Pennsylvania. Those who are wondering about the other court, it is 2-1 Columbia, although the UPenn player is up 6-0 in the 4th game. Logan, what did you think about this game here? Wu was really on a roll.
She was, and going into the first game, she gets smashed. And we look out on paper, and you see the rating disparity. And after that first game, all you can think is like, she's in for a tough night, right?
Yep.
And she turns it around. And not only after she turns it around, she sweeps after that. The only thing I can think of, and this happens, if you know that you're the higher rated player, and you know the disparity is that large, it can kind of mess with you when you feel like you lose control, because all you're thinking in your head is like, when I'm this much better than them, they should never be able to control the game. And you start kind of spiraling out of control into this negative thought process of, how am I losing to them? The shot's not even that good. Like, my training partners hit the balls harder, stronger, spinnier than she does. Why am I struggling with this? And it looked like all over Stephanie's face that whole match. You could tell something didn't sit right with her. Whether it was how much spin or how little spin was on the ball, there was something that she didn't quite like. And the whole time she was looking a little confused. So I'm not really quite sure what happened there. Either Wu Jixuan is a little underrated, and
Clearly.
yeah, and she came out swinging. But one of the best advice I ever got at the after-school learning tree of table tennis. Shout out to all the Alto brothers and Stellan and them out there. They run a wonderful program. Was that your rating can't play for you, and your opponent's rating can't play for them. So knowing that on paper you're better than somebody doesn't actually matter. And if you let it play a part in your performance, you could lose a match that you should have never lost.
Agreed.
Or you might not win a match that you could potentially win.
It goes both ways, absolutely.
So
What we see on the screen here is just the match recap, I guess you would call it, along those lines. And so match number 4 right now, it will be going to the 5th game. Cheryl Lim against Yuan Jing Lin. So we're in the 5th game there, and again, we'd have you turn to the stream for court 1 and be able to take that match. Right now, Logan and I, we're going to take a break. We may come back here if there's a doubles, or it may be on table 1. We're not entirely sure on that, but nevertheless, it's been a pleasure being here in the booth with you, Logan.
pleasure being with you as well, buddy.
All right, well, we're out for today, and we'll be back a little later with another match or maybe a doubles. Thanks, everyone, for joining us at the 2023 College Table Tennis Championships. We're out.
No, corners. The corners are so.
Hurricane or no?
No, just butterfly. Just Tenergy. How about you?
Energy, energy.
How are you guys? Okay, who want to choose? Black, red? Red. See, receive, exercise. Receive? Side. Okay. You have 2 minutes. Go ahead.
All right. Well, we're here for the first match of the Coed team match between Carnegie Mellon and Northwestern. I'm Matt Hetherington. I'm here with Andy Nguyen.
Andy Wynn.
It's been a while since we've done commentary.
It's been a very long time.
I actually said I was retiring from commentary after the last time I commentated with you. But here we are. I lied.
You lied. Here we are.
Yes, we've got a couple of Michaels here. Michael Jung in the red, Michael Wolski in the purple. Well, we're in for a great match, and now you guys can actually see it. So Northwestern, the 4 seeds, Carnegie Mellon 24 seeds. So there's a big gap between the team ratings. But this match here, I would say, pretty, relatively even matchup potentially.
Definitely looked pretty even coming off those forehand rallies.
Yeah, I haven't seen Michael Wolski play singles, but he was playing in the doubles earlier. A little bit passive, tend to be a little bit more controlled. I know Michael is a little bit more on the aggressive side, so.
Michael Zhang.
Yeah. Yeah, I suppose I should.
Yeah, I was able to see Michael Wolski at the regionals. Had a great competition at the regionals, and I think you're definitely right. He's definitely much more controlled, but really, really good off of those punch blocks.
Yeah, Roger Dixon, when I was doing the commentary earlier, was telling me that he'd played a little bit in Poland, so can't go wrong with a little bit of international experience. I actually went and trained in China with Michael Zhang when he was. There was a whole group of kids from our club. We all went to China. He would have been quite young, but it was a fun trip.
How long ago was this?
2015. Great placement there in the elbow. I think if you don't put the pressure on Michael Zhang in a rally, he'll kind of run through you.
Yeah, this would definitely be a really interesting matchup just to see. Oh, I take it back. Great pressure from Michael Wolski.
Yeah, he's gotta keep his foot. Gotta keep his foot down with some pressure. Yeah, because Michael Zhang is a very strong rallier. And he doesn't really back off the table too much.
No, he doesn't give you time to breathe.
Yeah.
Ooh.
That's what happens when he does back off the table. So if Wolski can keep the pressure on him and back him up a little bit, he'll give himself a much better chance. Nice counters there from both players. They're both trying to play close to the table. It's lots of backhand to backhand. Typically, you would see that more in, I mean, I probably shouldn't say this, but typically you'd see it more in women's table tennis. So this is kind of, their style is very much more focused on countering, quick counters and small changes in placement, but we're seeing almost exclusively across the backhand diagonal.
And Michael Zhang takes the first game. Best out of 5. It definitely seems like he has a much stronger forehand. And you're definitely right that Michael Wolski has to put a lot more pressure to back Michael Zhang up a bit if he wanted to get to take that advantage.
Yeah, he's got his work cut out for him a little. But again, like, it's not so much the, like, Michael Wolski's, he's holding the table okay, so he's not backing off, and he's not, like, not giving up a lot of ground, but his returns are quite two-dimensional. So he's not really, like, adding a huge amount of acceleration to the ball or, you know, adding more spin or varying the ball a whole lot. So it just becomes a plain rally. And Michael Zhang can handle the pace. It's like the variation that will really break him down. That's like that's his strength. Yeah. So those little snappy forehand counters. So like that ball, even though it's quite slow and quite floaty, it's actually better than flipping at a normal pace. Because it's just a different, it's a different
A
pace.
little variation.
Yeah, a little bit of depth, a little bit of float. You can kind of like fade the ball a little bit. Anything that throws him off when he's trying to open up the first ball, that will unsettle him a little bit. But if you always play the same pace and you get into those rallies, it's just a little bit too easy for him. So Michael Wolski definitely making some changes here in the second game.
You're definitely not seeing a lot of those backhand to backhand rallies, at least not yet.
Yeah, no, he's got to stay away from them. I mean,
Yeah.
that was a great example. Long, fast serve into the middle. You know, typically Michael Jung's stepped across and played backhand flip. But when the serve's coming fast and long, if your brain's telling you to backhand flip, you don't have time to kind of change your plan. I think for Michael Wolski, more short to the forehand. Short to the forehand or wide. I mean, that was a good example of going wider to the backhand. Just getting out of those normal corridors of like back and forth to the same places.
Ooh, very good variation there. And Michael Wolski takes a 6-point lead here. Oh, a little help from the net. Michael Wolski lobs it back.
Definitely seen more unforced errors this game from Michael Jung. That will start to kind of play into his confidence. He might take the foot off the accelerator and reduce the pace a little bit, so it opens up a door of opportunity for Michael Wolski.
Ooh. Good rally there. Michael Zhang puts it straight down the middle of the table. Ooh. And you see a good forehand there from Michael Wolski, putting it far into the forehand side of Michael Zhang's.
Which is a place that he hasn't really played at all
No.
so far this match. An unlucky finish there, but following the trend of the match, Michael Wolski very much more in control. I think for the most part, Michael Jung now trying to backhand flip open, not really helping him too much. He's usually backhand flipping from the same place and to the same place, so it's becoming a little bit too predictable. He's got to do something different.
You know, I noticed just watching the Northwestern team play on the other tables, not on the show courts, they all seem to have a relatively same tempo of play, all of their players.
Yeah, it's just the lifestyle up there. Wherever they're, I don't even know. Where is Northwestern?
Near Chicago, I believe.
Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah, wasn't Jack Wong was Northwestern last
Yes, he
season?
was.
Yeah.
I believe Jack Wong was supposed to come, and I think I was talking to one of the players on the Northwestern team. He unfortunately had a really important exam he couldn't skip out on.
Priorities, man. This is table tennis.
I know, go on.
Come on. So Michael Jung starting off with a serve. Nice wide angle. Like, I mean, look, you can see Michael Wolski's return. Goes for, like, okay placement, but there's not too much substance to the return. Like, if Michael Jung stepped across and took a swing at that with his forehand, this is where he wants to get it. Like, the opening ball.
Yes.
You play topspin. Both of these players are so comfortable in topspin. And they don't really play wide. They play down that middle channel of the table. So, don't do that. You're playing against someone who that's their strength. Do something different. I mean, for either of them, serving short, if the ball comes back long, spinning the ball a little bit heavier and then trying to go for a bigger shot next would be a good strategy. If the ball comes back short, push out long into the elbow. Good opportunity, but
A little high off the push from Michael Walski there. But Michael Zhang cannot capitalize.
But yeah, these patterns are very, very similar. You know, short serve, backhand flick, backhand to backhand, try and target the elbow. This game, Michael Volsky, you can see him trying to go more right down that forehand line.
You see Michael Walski losing some of that tempo he took from last game. And you just got to question how that's affecting him mentally.
Nice serve. Now he's done a couple of really nice serves fast to the elbow. I think he's shut down Michael Zhang's attacking game a lot more than in the first game.
Yeah.
But still trailing here in the third.
See a little frustration there from Michael Walski, not being able to flip that.
I think he would have been in danger if it went on. If you look at where the placement was going and the speed of the ball. Bit of luck on the side of Michael Zhang there. He's taking a pretty commanding lead here in the third. Both players want to get their team on the board.
Oh,
much, much better.
Yeah, great down the line forehand there.
Yeah, and like some substance in the ball, like connection with the contact. He has to be more assertive, especially in the early phases of the rallies. Really haven't seen too many serves short to the forehand. They're just stuck in this cross court. Even that one was like to the middle. I mean, this ball, being so far in the middle, you step in, forehand flip out to the forehand corner. The stepping across to play a backhand pushes.
Oh.
It's a little bit loose, I think. So 5 game points for Michael Zhang. Volsky still with the serve. I like that serve. Great wide angle. And Michael Zhang overhits. Overplays a slightly easier serve return.
Ooh.
So Michael Zhang takes game 3, 2-1 lead. He'll want to get this first match on the board to help his 24th seeded team here get the first upper hand.
If I'm not mistaken, the reason Northwestern was also ranked so high is because back when they were ranked, Jack Wong was also on the roster as well.
That makes sense.
Not to take away anything from Northwestern other than Jack Wong, obviously.
I mean, it's a good opportunity for Carnegie Mellons.
Yeah.
I think there's so much opportunity here for both players to take a handhold on the match. I mean, I would say like 80% of the points are pretty similar patterns.
Mm-hmm. You're right. I definitely would like to see more variation in both sides serves.
Yeah, tactical variation. Nobody's really breaking out of these same patterns. I mean, even like short serves to the forehand. I just haven't seen any of them so far. I like that. I mean, honestly, that works perfectly for him. Heavy backspin, something that Michael Jung can't flip so easily. And if he does, then yeah, go for it.
Go for it.
A little bit too late, but at least he went for it. And also, like, tie in some half-long serves to the forehand. Something that neither player can backhand flip against. And they have to play it maybe like a softer forehand opening. Yeah, that was a good play.
Yep.
Yeah, nice forehand flick to the forehand corner. I would have liked to have seen him like counter the next ball instead of blocking, but start at the beginning, you know, serve and the next ball sequence.
Ooh,
yeah, I like that. That's much more deliberate. You know, really structure the point a bit more.
Oh, good
that was
forehand.
a good pickup.
Yep. Oh, wow. Straight down the line forehand, nobody home.
Now we're starting to see some different stuff, which is good.
Yeah, I think they were definitely caught in a rhythm.
Yeah.
Where Michael Walski was ready for a forehand return, but some variation there definitely changed it up.
Yeah, good placement to the elbow. A little bit more pressure on the ball. There's that little bit longer variation. Michael Jung straight away getting ready to backhand flick. He needs to be prepared on that in that middle third of the table. Needs to be prepared to pick up the ball with his forehand. Oh, couple of nets in there.
Yeah. Anybody. Wow.
It was a nice opening.
It was.
Just slightly into that forehand slot.
And Michael Zach definitely has a nice sweet spot where he prefers the ball to go.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, you know, I really question Michael Walski's flip sometimes. Definitely putting it in the danger zone.
Bit of a head shake there. He's a few more nets coming from Michael Jung's side than the opposite, but steady hands from Volsky.
Oh, popped it up high.
Pressure's on for both players. Made the right decision to look for the opening, but it's a little bit too slow on the contact. So 2 serves at 8 points each.
Oh man, Michael Walski losing steam here quickly.
Definitely not enjoying the nets going against him. He's going to call a timeout here. And
I think this is a good placement for a timeout right now.
this is, at least he can control getting a break. I think there have been a few nets against him this game where he's been a little bit unfortunate. Honestly, I think the main difference, I feel like these two players are pretty evenly matched level-wise, but I think Michael Jung is just more aggressive. I think he's willing to take the shots more. For me, Michael Volsky's definitely the more passive player, and I don't think he's applied quite enough pressure. If he applied a little bit more pressure and sustained it throughout the whole match, I think it would make a really big difference for him.
I definitely think he's sitting back waiting for the counter.
Yeah.
But
I've seen Michael Jung hit more counters.
Absolutely.
So, yeah, definitely needs to apply more pressure. I mean, still has, he's only trailing by 1 point here. He still has 1 more serve left. So, 1 good serve and setup here and tied at 9-9. As good a chance as any. And if he can claw his way into the 5th and make a few changes, very much anyone's game here.
Oh no. Fending off 2 match points.
Definitely some much better placement from Michael Jung during that rally. And
he went for it.
Sends the ball long. Michael Jung will earn the first point here for Carnegie Mellon, the 24th seed. Definitely a pretty reasonable match from both players. I think early on, a little bit too stuck into one pattern. And I think Michael Jung was the player that was able to break out of it first. But first point on the board for
Carnegie Mellon.
Yeah. Yes, we'll have another match here. Yuan Hao Lee and Brian Louis in just a few moments. so we have a second singles match here for these. These are best of 5 match team ties, so 4 singles, and then a doubles is the decider if needed. This match will be between Carnegie Mellon's Yan Hao Lee on the near side and Northwestern's Ryan Louie. Of course, Carnegie Mellon already leading by one match to 0 after Michael Jung just won that match here against Michael Volsky. This is the co-ed team's round of 16. We're here at the National College Table Tennis Championships at the Round Rock Sports Center.
Do you have medium pips on the back or short? Medium, yeah. We're ready. We're eager.
Oh, you heard them.
Yeah.
They're ready. Eager.
Let's get it
I
rolling.
think he was asking about his rubber. I think he might have medium pips on the back of his penhold side. One of them has medium. I'll find out in a second.
I'm pretty sure it's Yun Hao.
Yeah, I think it's on the reverse side of the penhold. Nice serve into the backhand corner there. Seen a lot of different styles today. A lot of different styles. Push blockers, choppers, long pips, short pips, medium pips.
Yeah, we've definitely seen a lot more variation this year than in prior years.
It's definitely made every match very different from the one that came before it on both tables here on table 1 and 2, and the rest of the tables out there as well.
Oh, missed opportunity there.
Yeah, he kind of went for the swing before his feet were in position. Lost all the weight transfer. Carnegie Mellon continuing with the net luck on their side.
Ooh,
Nice angle.
yep. Good hustle from Ryan.
Some nice serve work into the backhand of Lee. You see the majority of times he's using traditional penhold, so he's using the inverted rubber.
Man, he's so quick off that traditional penhold block.
Yeah, I mean the thing for that, if you're playing into the backhand of a traditional penholder, you've got to spin. You've got to spin, Wow.
Wow, yeah. Slap that right back.
Yeah. So I mean that shot, but to the backhand. So you've got to spin heavy because it's very uncomfortable playing traditional pen hold to close the angle. You've really got to turn your wrist over on top of the ball.
Ryan definitely losing a lot of steam here after those past couple points. Oh, spoke too soon.
Interesting serve return there from Lee. So this kind of situation, he doesn't want to get into too much. If he plays normal backhand against a traditional pen holder, as soon as they start pressing their fingers into the back of their racket and pushing forward on that ball, they can move their wrists, they can push anywhere across the whole table and just push the pressure onto you. I suffered years of that training with Lilliet, just getting run back and forth.
Ooh,
And
little luck from the net there. Yeah, you trained with Lilliet for a while, didn't you?
yeah, she'll just push you around, add a little bit of pressure when you're finally out of gas, and then step around and bam it.
Lilliet, NCTTA alumni, technically.
Yeah. So pretty close here, 9-9.
Yeah.
Ryan Louis clawing back some points here. All that pressure's steaming his glasses up. Nice return.
Yeah.
It's a little bit of an empty serve.
Oh man, you can almost see Yunhao not even trying on that last one there, and just swinging.
Yeah, it was almost like he expected he'd be given an easier ball. Like he was kind of, you could almost see he was committed to flat hitting the ball.
Yeah.
But there was no way. Like you're just not going to get around on that and hit through it. So a little bit risky there at the end.
Matt, you have some experience with pen hold yourself, don't
What do you mean? You mean yesterday?
you? Yeah.
I like playing pen hold. I like watching pen hold players as well. I think there are like so few of them now in international table tennis, and for me it's sad to see like a style die out. And I think especially since they changed to the plastic ball style in table tennis has started becoming more linear.
Yeah.
Internationally at least. But yeah, I'll still watch like old videos of like Kim Taek-soo and Russo Men, like old J-Pen players. That's why actually one of my favorite players here is Eduardo Tomoki.
Oh yeah, from Texas Wesleyan. Yeah.
Love watching that stuff.
Yeah, God, he's
There's
so fast with his
Yeah,
footwork.
there's a amazing video of him on Instagram, just blitzing a long serve with a reverse pen hold backhand. Not reverse pen hold, traditional backhand.
Traditional backhand.
Yeah, it's amazing. Yeah, so he doesn't know it, and he'll probably never listen to this, but he's actually one of my favorite players. Yeah.
Wow.
So there you go.
That's a high compliment.
Yeah. Is it?
I would say so. 200 something athletes here, and he's your favorite?
One of my favorites. I'm not allowed to pick my favorite. People will
naturally.
People will get offended.
Going back to the match here. Yeah. Oh, wow. Okay. Haven't seen that a lot. RPB from Yunhao.
Was that with the medium as well?
I think so.
Nice.
Yeah, very
A couple
nice.
of like wide angle backhand serves that I've seen so far have worked really well. Not just from him, but other matches as well. Michael Volsky did a couple against Michael Jung in the last match. People are not used to stepping off that side of the table to play backhand. Nice little variation there.
Nice variation in serve there from Ryan.
Good to see some just little adjustments, 1 point at a time from both players. Figuring out some information on each other.
Yeah, definitely different from the last one, the last match between the two Michaels.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of different stuff going on here. So, lead, taking a little lead here and maintaining it.
A little help from the net there.
I like that serve too.
Yeah.
You don't really see that often. Trying to get a little bit wider to the forehand by changing his starting position for the serve. And long to the backhand. Oh, quick hands from Yan Hao Lee.
Wow. Right off the bounce there, slaps it back to Ryan's side of the table.
I actually thought Ryan's serve receive against that reverse pen, you don't really see pen holders using the reverse pendulum serve that much. But he returned it really well, but he just put it away.
Yeah.
It's a great shot.
Oh no.
That was a big opportunity for him to tie it up at 8-8. Now Lee's going to be happy with that 9-7 and with the serve.
Right into the mic.
I'm surprised he went. Usually, like, if you have medium pips on your backhand, if you do a long, fast serve, if you have a chance to get on top of the ball, you'd be better off using traditional. So, a little surprised he went for the reverse pen-hold backhand on that one. Now it's 9-9. Ryan Louis with the serve. He's already one game up here. So.
Oh no. Pressure starting to get to him.
Nice serve. Good placement.
Yeah, I'm actually really impressed with Ryan's serves out here. A lot of variation.
Yeah. That is a much better. That's what I was talking about on the last play. If you serve long and fast, traditional pen-hold backhand, take the opportunity to make the placement on the next ball.
Oh, wow.
That is full commitment there on game point.
That was vicious forehand.
Brilliant stuff. That'll tie things up here at 1-1. That was quite a shaky back and forth in that second game. First it looked like Lee had it.
Yeah, you see where
Louis came back. Lee won again. 2 tight games.
Yeah.
Back to the bench. Yan Hao Lee back with Michael Zhang. So, start of the third here. Another pretty even back and forth between Northwestern and Carnegie Mellon. Ryan Louis in the purple. Getting things started here with a nice serve and attack.
Wow. Great serve there. Deep, heavy under to the forehand side. Man, how it makes it look so effortless with those traditional backhands. It's like a nifty little punch block that he has there.
Yeah, I mean, once you hit one of them into a good placement, it usually compounds. It gets easier as you go. Nice play
Nice,
there.
yeah.
First opening loop was really good.
Way
Quite
to put
heavy
it away.
spin, but low, relatively low trajectory. There's the heavy spin to the traditional backhand.
You see Yuan Hao,
Definitely needs more of that.
and you see Yuan Hao trying to back off the table a little bit, but not to his advantage.
Little lead here in the third, opening up for Ryan Louis. Nice reverse serve.
Very nice.
A lot of action on that ball.
Long, deep to the backhand side.
Yeah, and the other thing about traditional penhole backhand, it's really hard to close the angle of the racket, especially against heavy side spin. Most of the time, traditional penhole backhand, your racket's pretty open-faced, so.
Definitely
perfect
at some
serve there.
point you gotta angle your wrist at some weird angles. Nice. Very nice. Popped it up high. Oh.
Good setup. That reverse serve's pretty good. There's really not that much that that Lee can do with that. I would use it again if I was him. I'd keep using it. I'd close out this third game. Use it until you close this game out.
He's got one more point left, so let's see if he does
Yeah.
it. Well, he's returning on this one.
He's going to get it back. A little bit impatient on that last ball.
Yeah. Nope.
Tactically much better from Ryan Louis, and feel like Yuan Hao Lee kind of took his foot off the accelerator a little bit.
Yeah.
He kind of faded out of that one slightly. I think he took some bigger shots and missed them, and maybe softened up a little bit too much.
In the meantime, over on table one, intense match in the women's team with Columbia and Penn.
Yeah, they're in the decider.
Game
That's
5 of the doubles.
Is that is that the quarterfinal? Has to be a quarterfinal, right?
Yeah.
No, maybe not.
Is it round of 16?
No, it's at least the quarterfinal.
All right, come back to it. Yuan Hao to serve. Ryan up 2 games to 1.
Actually, it might be 5-8 playoff. But anyway. Back to the main point here.
Oh, a little impatient on that serve.
I feel like his focus has drifted off a little bit. I think Ryan Lui is definitely more energetic and into the match. Lee has kind of, yeah, I do feel like he's stepped off a little bit. So, Ryan Lui, 1 point ahead here. Good placement there across the middle. He's definitely done a better job of playing into that traditional penhold backhand and moving the ball around. Another great serve. And Kaneki Mellon calling a timeout. Ryan Lui 5-2 ahead with a 2-1 lead. Definitely crunch time here for Yuan Hao Lee. It's really make or break. Yeah, I think tactically, Lee has just taken a lot of the pressure off.
Yeah, you definitely see a switch up from game 2.
Yeah. Yeah, he's definitely seen more traditional penhold backhand.
Yeah.
But lots of blocking, not too much pressure. And it's almost like he's not willing to position himself to take those forehand shots. I feel like he missed a couple and it really threw his confidence off.
And we definitely see Ryan Lui still putting a lot of variation in his serves.
I think he's been putting more and more as the match has gone on.
But you are right. I would like to see that reverse pendulum serve from Ryan more often.
Yeah, I think it worked really well for him. Great setup.
Yep.
He's
Right into the
actually
body.
has a surprising number of different serve variations. Oh, that's on.
Oh! Help from the net, but
He wanted to make the highlight reel for that one.
Ryan diving down to get that ball.
Couple of flat forehand smashes there from Lee. Maybe that's enough for him to get his confidence back and attack a little bit more. Oh, that might be right.
Good setup. Good setup.
He's got to go. I mean, those are like outright winners.
Yeah.
If he times that well, I feel like his serve is good enough to set some of those opportunities up.
And that's really coming in handy for both sides this entire matchup. Switching
Backhand
up.
serve. Risky. Very risky.
Very risky. I don't know if you should keep doing that.
I guess one thing is we haven't really seen him loop too much.
Yeah.
So it's either like backhand control or really go for the attack. That middle gear is kind of missing. So once Ryan Lui put the pressure on more.
Ooh.
So
It was there.
it's going to be 6 match points here for the player from Northwestern in this second match. He's looking to tie things up here between these two teams. He'll do it on the first attempt. Ryan Louis taking the match 3 games to 1.
Puts Northwestern on the board there, 1-1.
So the third singles match should be right up shortly.
Cui Wen-shin from Carnegie Mellon and Eric Wong from Northwestern.
We have the blue and the red. You want the blue, so you have the red. Blue. You can choose the sun, you see, Sir, you want which side? This that side? Okay. 2 minutes warm.
All right, so the third match of the tie has gone over onto table 1. So we have the 4th singles match here between Carnegie Mellon and Northwestern. Currently 1-1 between these two teams. And we're going to have this singles match in this co-ed teams round of 16 between Hong Hao Lin for Carnegie Mellon and Shubham Hare from Northwestern.
Before we start this matchup, we'd like to take this time to thank our sponsors. Thank you to the beautiful city of Round Rock, Texas, sports capital of Texas. We'd also like to thank our ball sponsor, DHS, Double Happiness.
And of course the Round Rock Sports Center. Wonderful venue. This is the 3rd time that I've been here. And a couple of new sponsors, Pong Space and Major League Table Tennis. The big headline right now in the US in the table tennis community. Major League Table Tennis, new professional league coming this year. We're all waiting eagerly to see how that's going to turn out. I've seen Flint Lane here a couple of times throughout the day today.
Wow. Good forehand there from Sabam.
Nice serve and attack there. Lin on the near side with a blue backhand rubber.
Good little rally there.
Looks like Shobham's using maybe short pips on the forehand. It's definitely flat heading a lot from the forehand side. Oh, for sure not. Not after that serve. Just big fan of the old flat driving. Definitely would be calling some of those serves if I was down there. There's some interesting ball toss going on from Lin, but
Maybe it's our angle.
No complaints from Pahade so far. Oh, nobody was home on that one.
Yeah.
Great defending. Gets the ankle shove. I'm kind of turned away from that ball a little bit. Don't want to twist through it too much when you're playing down the line.
Forehand going a little long from Lin.
I think both players are just trying to feel this first game out. Ooh, big serve and attack there.
Good forehand there.
Yeah, I was wrong. It's a nice forehand loop. So. Definitely keeping some good pressure and opening up some good attacking opportunities.
Lin fending off 2 game points here. Pahade to serve. Oh, returns deep into the backhand side, and Lin takes the first game there.
This could very well also go to the double. I feel like every match that I've commentated today has gone right down to the wire. I think all the team ties have gone to the doubles. I have a feeling that this one might be the same. We'll see. Right now here on table 2. First game down for Carnegie Mellon. Hong Hao Lin taking that opening game here. This is match 4 of this best of 5 team tie between Carnegie Mellon in the red and Northwestern in the purple. Some nice serve and attack sequences coming from both sides.
Yeah, pretty evenly matched up here between Lin and Pahade. I do see Pahade going a little bit more aggressive off the third ball attack.
Great serve return. Typically very short sequences in this match. Lots of serve and attacks, lots of receiving variations. Generally, they both play pretty big shots, and they're both looking for opportunities to flat hit, so neither of these guys want to play a long rally.
Definitely trying to put that ball away soon. Oh,
That clipped the net and the edge.
yep. Oh, little lob sequence here. Oh.
Big backswing on that from Lin. Bit risky. Points to 3. Shubham with the lead here in the second game. Really good forehands there.
Good backhand rally there. Bahade putting it away. Ooh. Lin a little bit late to that forehand, unable to connect. Again, a little bit of help from the net there.
Is this net for sale after this tournament? Because I feel like if you auctioned it right now, you could probably fetch a pretty nice price for it.
Unluckiest net in the room.
Yeah. 4 game points for Shubham Bahade from Northwestern.
Little lob sequence here again. Playing a little spin here. Exhibition point.
This is going to make the top 10 reel.
Yes, sir. Oh! Lin puts it away. Surviving game point.
Rally of the tournament. Bahade's got to be careful here. Does not want to give Lin a look. 2 serves, trails by 2.
Oh, no.
Northwestern over on the other table, potentially looking good for the match. So this is huge. If Bahade needs to pull this game off and get moving.
And there he does.
11-9 closes it out. 1 game each. Northwestern looking not too bad right now.
Not too bad at all.
But this match, I definitely could go either way. So Hong Hao is back at the table already. Shubham Bahade taking the full time here. Some help on the bench from Ryan Lui. So Lin will start things off here. Nice mix up here
Yeah.
from Pahade.
Definitely a little bit different from your short rallies there.
Yeah, you can see he's looking for more balance.
Full commitment by Lin, but unfortunately does not make the table.
Nice control. He's doing a good job of holding the table there. Lin gets some pretty good rotation on that that forehand loop. He's a little bit off balance when he plays it, but Pahade's struggling to control it.
Pahade really putting everything into his forehand loops.
Yeah, the swing's big, but it's a little bit late. Both of these players kind of hinge their forehands from the shoulder, and you can tell the ball ends up in line with their body or a little bit behind, so you've got to get really, really precise timing and changes in
Ooh.
angles.
Good
Nice
block there.
counter. Yeah.
Evens it up, 5-5.
And Shubham just putting the ball back on. Lin's wind up on the forehand is good for a couple of shots, but as soon as he's pushed back a little bit, it's risky. Both of these players end up in similar situations.
Yeah, they both have a very similar style of the large swing
Large
loops.
swings, yeah. But I think Pahade has better control up at the table. And personally, I feel like that will make the difference. If I had to base it on the current. I mean, right now, Northwest has just gone up 2-1. So Eric Wong has won the third singles match over on table 1. So if Shubham Pahade can win this match, then Northwestern will take the win and keep their seating position. Thank you, Jack Wong. Again, big swing. You can see Pahade backing off the table. Can't back off the table against that slow spinny ball.
Oh, but you can do that. Puts it away. Takes game 3. And
It's a great way of winning a game point.
puts Northwestern in a very nice spot right now.
Yeah. Yeah, and it also puts Hong Hao Lin in a very difficult spot. Yes. He's trailing 1-2, and he now knows that he needs to win this.
There's a lot of pressure riding on him.
That is a horrible amount of pressure. Yeah, Pahade's gone from strength to strength, I feel. If you look at the score, he lost the first game. Second game won 11-9, third game won 11-7. He's taken more control.
Yeah.
He's up at the table, he's blocking. First game, I think he kind of went for broke on everything.
Yeah,
Saw him flat heading a lot. Now he's like, I can just block. I can control. You know, yes, he swings big. Is he hitting, you know, is Lin hitting big, massive forehands? No. They're big swings, but they're a little bit slow. Very spinny, but slow. So Pahade's just got to stay on top of it, stay up at the table. So Shubham Pahade here, 2-1 lead. Northwestern 2-1 lead.
Starts off strong. Good serve.
There, I mean, such a great position to be in, and I love this college format because your number one player can make a big difference for your team. Your number two player can make every single player in the team can make a difference. So you can be the number 4 player in your team, like both of these guys, and you literally hold the fate of the team in your hands.
Yep.
So Pahade, as the 4th player in the team, can literally seal out the win for them here and save them from going to a doubles. And I love that. And my favorite match last year was between 2 number 4 players. It just there's such a strong, you can see like people's will to win.
Yeah.
It's just on their sleeves in these matches. Right now, Honglet, he's got to know. He's got to know he's stepping it up here.
Yeah, Pahade,
he's
trailing 4 points now. You definitely see Lin kind of stepping up his aggressiveness.
That big swing, I think, it's good when it goes on, but it's going to hurt him if he's out of position a little bit.
I like to use the adjective glass cannon.
What? I've heard that one before.
Really? Oh, we got a timeout.
Timeout. Oh, Pahade's come back to 5-4. I was very surprised to see Lin come across and try and receive serve with the backhand. With inverted rubber, typically you wouldn't see that. And then not to flip, to push.
Both Lin and Pahade both pretty evenly matched. You know, if you were Lin's coach right now, what would you tell him?
Cut the backswing. First ball spin, good. Like, he has a little bit of time, and he's comfortable spinning the ball with a big backswing. That's not a problem. The problem is, after you make the first big backswing, when the ball comes back at you, you don't have time.
Yeah.
And I think Pahade is much more capable of swinging on the first ball, and then when the ball comes back, he kind of slips back into controlling the ball, and he'll do it for 2 or 3 balls, give himself another chance. I think Lin's swinging at the ball a little bit too much, and he's playing against somebody who wants to control him, so he needs to put himself in a better position. Right, so I mean, again,
small swing there.
Yeah, but first opening ball, he has time. take a big swing. It's fine. He gets a lot of rotation on that ball. But when the ball comes back, and it'll come back slow usually, then you go forward, shorten your swing, take some control of the table. I think like playing slow and spinny, if you keep doing it, eventually you're going to get pushed back and back and back, and your swing's going to get later and later, and eventually you'll get forced into making an error.
Oh, wow. Good backhand there.
See, like that play, I don't mind. You know, takes one bigger swing, moves the ball around a little bit for the next two. Then maybe the last swing's still a little bit too big, but the idea is there.
Are taking a 2-point lead, 9-7. Oh. Oh.
Just like kind of threw his balance a little bit to the left.
Yeah.
9-9. A lot of pressure on both guys here.
Yeah, for sure.
Now with two serves, you've got to feel like Lin's going to have a little advantage. And he knew he was ready for a forehand, but didn't move for it. Definitely wasn't looking for the ball to come back to his backhand. And
Nice.
that's a great way to finish it for Shobhan Pahade. He's going to win it for Northwestern. They're going to win 3-1. And very calculated the last point. I think throughout the match, he got better and better at doing that.
Yeah, for sure.
Just controlling.
You can see in the
waiting for
first
the
match, he
opportunity.
was definitely a lot less controlled and
Yeah.
just really big swing. And as the match went on, able to kind of bring that forehand down a little bit.
So Northwestern heads into the Coed team's quarterfinal on the back of that win. And we come back here in a few moments with a men's doubles semi-final, which is a little close to home for me because it's between Nikhil Kumar and Ashwin Sankaratri from California, Berkeley, the 4th seeds. And they're playing against Penn, Van Hu, and New Zealand's Nathan Shu. So we'll be back in a moment so I can commentate for fellow Kiwi.